I think that
urban
the
madness.
Globers should be
There's
aware
a lot
that
of question as to why you believe what you believe, man.
M. Stone said that it's not that it's not a globe, it's just that it's actually just twice as big. I just want Emerald to concede to that point and
I
others to
never
just
said that, you
understand that he
fucking
has
dipshit.
proven that
I never
it's
said
just
that, you
bigger.
fucking
It's just a
retard.
lot bigger, but it's still a globe.
Yes, you did. In
I
regards to the
never
Black
ever
Swan
said that.
argument, you said
Yeah,
it.
well, we
That's
weren't
all you've done is made
understanding.
the Earth bigger. It's literally
So
what you
now you're
said.
down to just making shit up that I said, huh?
No, you literally
How much
said at
bigger?
best all it does is make the Earth bigger.
Twice as big. You said
I'm
twice.
sorry, what?
You said it. Yeah, it was. Yeah, you literally said twice as big.
I said if your picture proved anything, it would be that the Earth is bigger than what was thought.
Right,
So,
that's it. So I just want
um,
Emerald to get on board with you and
said
concede and
if
admit
your
that the Earth is
picture
twice as
proved
big, but a
anything
globe.
at all, it would be that the Earth is somehow bigger than what we thought.
Yeah.
So all we've done is prove the radius.
There you go.
But your picture proves
The whole
nothing.
model, the whole non-existent model, it just imploded now.
Oh, it imploded last night with that fucking 1 degree every 60 nautical miles bullshit.
But when it implodes, you're actually going lower where there's no gravity as you go towards the center of the Earth, as he's also explained to Emerald and others. It decreases as you go towards the center of Earth. So nothing really happened when it imploded. It kind of just fizzled.
That one guy told me one time because I was asking him what happens if you dig to the center, and he reckons if you get to the center, you'll just float or some shit, but then you'll float back up to the top.
I've heard that before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's actually the globe model. They say that gravity the center portions of Earth, and eventually decreases enough to where things will actually float underground, which literally makes no coherent sense whatsoever.
I mean, fair enough, but they just make that up. Like, how would they know that?
Right,
Made
it's
up,
just their
more
model.
made up
I mean,
shit.
This is what their model describes.
Yeah.
Right.
More shit that they can't verify. And even when you go into, they say how they can measure it. Yeah, we can measure it, but then they start assigning different effects to that alleged cause. You know, like, well, we can measure it, but it can also form things into a ball. It can also do this and this and this and this. Or Cavendish experiment. Cavendish. Like, what?
That's funny because they can't repeat Cavendish with the same values as generated originally, which gave them big G and little g. They can't replicate that.
They need a center of mass in order to have the model as it is, you know, the Big Bang, you know.
If
all the masses,
in nature,
all the masses have a center of mass, yeah. And the creation of planets and stars and everything else is by gravity, by the force of gravity pulling everything together. So they need the gravity to be a force. So when these astrophysicists come in and they say there is no force of gravity at all, but that gravity is not the force; it's the bending of space-time. I mean,
Einstein said it absolutely is not a force.
Yeah.
And then
it debunks the whole model.
The weakest of the fundamentals.
Yeah, it's debunking the whole model. Yeah.
You hearing that, M. Stone?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Debunks the whole model.
You're cooked, bro. You're done, bud.
Talk about anything you want, M. Stone.
Let's talk about things then, Stone. What do you want to talk about?
Physics, man.
But
science, man.
I prefer to talk about physics. Vacuums, no?
Oh yeah, the vacuum. Where? Imagine that, man. Vacuum.
What's the vacuum of space, M. Stone? What do they tell us? What's the value? Do you know, M. Stone? Because I think it's funny that flat earthers know more about your bullshit beliefs.
He's Googling.
They don't know their own.
Here, let me help you, M. Stone. 10 to the negative 17 torque. That's what they tell you.
Hold on, guys. It might be too much information in one go. You should take it easy with him.
And 10 to the negative 17 torque converted to PSI is 0.20 zeros and then a 5. Just for what for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's two different systems with no barrier in between.
It may be unfair because he may only specialize in maths. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
He probably specializes in building double cheeseburgers at McDonald's.
Is there
I don't
any
need-
one of you that specializes in any type of math or any science?
Which one?
No.
Science.
Is there anyone in here that specializes in science, math?
Do you have some sort of equation you want an answer to? or
It's a
something?
yes or fucking no question, bro. Is it too much?
We all do.
Is
We all
there
specialize in
anyone
it.
in here that specializes in science or math?
We all
Yeah,
do.
we know some bits and bobs. What's your question?
Just the basics.
I was just wondering which one of you is an academic or
We have a
Forced to be an
knowledge. We have
academic.
knowledge. We don't need to show credentials. What's your question?
that was my question. If any one of you in here has any kind of degree in science or math,
I do.
Yeah.
you have a degree in what?
20 years. Coat hanger sign.
Yeah, okay. So you don't.
I
Big
do.
brother.
I've observed a coat hanger last 20 years.
But even so,
I didn't
you
ask
don't
what you
either.
were born with on your head.
You think coat hanger science isn't a thing, man? The fuck?
Coat hanger science is perfectly great. I'm sure your mom used that to fish you around when you were born.
Well, she did.
Ugh.
Come on, M Stone, give
But
us
they
some
don't-
information.
Yeah, but you was talking about science and math. What's that? What are those things?
I was just curious if anyone of y'all had a degree in science or math. I knew you
Yeah,
were
but
going
what's
to
that?
take a little bit.
What's that? Science. What's that?
You ever seen those cooking shows where it's like just a normal home chef goes up against a profession, like a, you know what I mean? A normal home cook up of, what does it mean? What are you trying to get at? Saying you do and someone here doesn't, so they're not in your league or something?
That's you inferring that from that, or do you
And
feel
why
like
You
do
that?
invoke science.
Do you
We
feel,
want to know what you
you
mean when
feel
you say
inferior?
science.
do you feel inferior?
No, when you
Hell
say
no.
science and maths, we want to know what you mean with that. It's a fair question, no? What you mean when you say science? What is science?
Okay, if there was anybody that had a degree in science or math, that they would
They would know
understand
the
that.
answer to this, yeah.
Yes,
Someone who had a degree would know the
research
answer to
into
this.
that, yeah.
There you go.
I mean, you can't even tell him what you mean by science. You must think it's some sort of buzzword to get to use. Science, fraction,
Yeah.
physics. Pictures,
Let's
bro.
get
Pictures.
physical.
Yeah.
Space
Let's use
agency,
fancy.
man.
Yeah, let's use fancy words. You know, these people don't know what they're talking about. Anyway.
You know about mathematical equations?
Math is
What
never
do you know
explained
about pseudo-Riemannian force
or it
space?
never,
Nothing.
or ever it will. Math is a descriptor, M Stone. Did you know that?
You think
linear.
he
Don't
thinks
tell
it
him that,
explains
man.
it, man.
Don't tell him that
It's like, I
math is
use
not
math
science.
to count how many fingers I got on my hand, so I explained how many fingers I got on my hand.
Numbers are not an explanation, Stone. Sorry to break the news to you, kid.
I think he's done.
Yeah, I don't
He's
know
cooked,
what you
bro.
don't really care
Flip
what
him
you're
over.
talking. What are you
Flip him
talking
Well, then
over.
why are you just lingering around,
Scramble
man?
for
Math
You
is not a
smoke, bro.
descriptor.
Yeah, you're smoked, bro. Lingering around now like smoke in the air. Your ashes, man.
Oh yeah, done
Come
and
on,
dusted.
enlighten us, Stone. Teach us something.
We all took a hit.
Hey,
I wish I
Stone, I have a mathematical question for you, man. I have 2 plus 2, and the result is 2. How can it be?
Let's hear how you count things, Stone. Tell us.
Pardon?
Tell us.
Not your roboting.
What about just basics? Like, what is
Yeah.
-10 minus -7? What would be the
Something not tangible.
He doesn't even know. I mean, I'm just saying, man. Basics, like child mathematics. Why is he talking about mathematics?
That and him conflating images and photographs, like
And
Like, if I
Stone, it
draw
would
Oh
a
be
yeah,
picture
minus
of
they
3.
Spider-Man,
all
it's
say the
still
same. It's
an image
2015
of
arguments,
Spider-Man.
pictures from space. Yeah, 2015 arguments.
It would be -3, man. Just in case you wanted the answer.
Have you guys ever Googled? Let me see. Funny, like how you Google certain questions, Google will give you a big paragraph right off the bat.
Yeah. Have you ever Googled can Google be wrong? Like, they just tell you, man.
Well, like here, like literally, just Google is the theory of gravity a fact, and then the very first thing that pops up: universal gravity is a theory, not a fact, regarding the natural law of attraction. This material should be approached with an open mind, studied carefully, and critically considered. The universal theory of gravity is often taught in schools as fact, when in fact it's not even a good theory. I mean,
Yeah, I remember.
yeah.
I remember that.
Damn.
And that's just on, like, if you
That
just
hurt?
type in his Google,
Oops.
like, you know.
Does your vajayjay hurt now?
I mean, they don't even lie to you. I mean, when we say
Right.
why would they lie? They're not lying. They're telling us, but they don't tell us all in one go. Every
And
now
then
and
you got
again
the
they
little
release.
blind ball.
Yeah, every now and again they release a little bit of information.
Yeah,
You
that's
just need to
blind
put the
ball
dots all
Wikipedia.
together.
That's
General
silly.
relativity
I
was
don't know why you're
proved in
paranoid,
1919.
but try to educate yourself, bro.
My God. All you can
Teach
do
us
is
something,
spell about
Stone.
education.
We're waiting for you to
Again,
teach
I'm
us,
not here to
Stone.
try and educate you over Discord. All of you are
You couldn't
deficient in some
educate us if you tried,
capacity.
man.
All of you are hugely deficient.
We're educating
What do you think education? What's the difference between education versus indoctrination?
You don't.
How about that one?
If it upsets you, it's not my problem.
What's indoctrination, M. Stone? Do you know that?
Good
Maybe
question.
If you want to
can have to
claim that
Google it.
everybody that gets an education is indoctrinated, that's a huge
Hold on.
problem. That's
Can you-
something
can you
to
define
think
it?
for
That's not
you.
what he's saying.
you
That's
even-
why he's
here's the
asking
problem,
if you know
like-
the difference.
Right. I know. I noticed most of you Clovers can't even define the word indoctrination.
Like, me and you can go to the same school,
Do
study
you-
the
do
same
you
thing, and I
really
can come
get
out educated.
spilled
You
out
can
of
come
this
out
pseudo
indoctrinated.
intellectual bullshit you spill,
With
man?
the same knowledge that was
Tell
given
us.
to us.
Tell us what indoctrination. Don't quit hiding.
Why do I need to tell you what indoctrination? Do you not know
I
what
want
it
to
is?
make sure you know. I know.
You want to
I
make
clearly
sure
know
I
what it is.
know. You want to make sure I
Hold
know
on a second.
some
What
random
does
fucking
what does DR stands for? What does the DR stands for?
You're
George, you're
triggered
up-
by me having a bigger education. That's what it is, isn't it?
Can you
Some of
define
you-
indoctrination?
It's
If you can't define
different.
indoctrination,
So you
then
use
how
this
do you know that you haven't
pseudo-intellectual
been indoctrinated?
bullshit to make yourself
How
feel
are you
better.
able to differentiate if you've been indoctrinated or not if you can't even define it?
So you use this
Ooh.
pseudo-intellectual bullshit to make yourself feel better.
Pseudo.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
you know what
irrelevant.
two guys do when they want to, they show it, right? Stop just trying to say you one up and all this shit
Dude,
without
what the
actually
fuck
backing
guys
it up.
are you around? You queer
Just back it
fucking
up.
bastard, dude. No,
Back
that's
it up.
not what dudes do. What the
Oh,
fuck?
it is.
Gay
Yeah,
bastard,
It
man.
is. It's called a dick size competition.
All right, we can
Literal,
take it further.
fucking fag.
How far can you
Not a fag. I'm bisexual.
on yourself?
Quit pulling
I
your
think
dick
M.
out
Stone
around other
dribbles down the
dudes, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what
I'm
we
just-
do here, M. Stone.
Yeah.
And you're here with us. So what does that tell you?
Pleads off in the
He's in the
That's-
gay
that's
club
what
and
we
he's
do
like,
here.
I'm not gay.
Pleads off in your real life.
You're in a dark truck stop bathroom right now with a bunch of flatties, and you're playing.
Yes, that's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious to laugh at
So-
people who can't figure out the shape of the earth.
Just walked into the wrong room, bro. Walked into.
Dude, maybe you're in the
wrong
wrong
pattern.
room, man. Quit pulling your dick out, man. What the fuck?
We all got our.
Yeah.
Put your robot dick up, you freak.
So it was
Everybody
just a
falls
basic
resting
analogy,
comfortably
man,
on your
because
forehead,
you
bro.
keep saying that we're triggered or we're angry because you got a higher education, but can you
It's
back that up,
obvious
man?
that that's what happens.
Well, why
when I
don't well
said
stop
that, man.
saying?
Go-
You get the analogy now? You get the
How does-
analogy now?
I want you to know
You get
what
the analogy now.
indoctrination means. Know what indo-
Stop saying you got a bigger dick if you're not ready to show it.
The dude kind of sounds like P. Mars.
I thought it was
Oh, really?
Matthias, but
Sounds like
at one
P-Mars,
point, man.
huh? So
Yeah.
you aren't the brightest guy. Oh, that's right. You're lethargic. Never mind.
Maybe Matthias was fucking around or
So
something.
what flat Earth like proofs can he like defute then? If he says we're stupid, like what is one thing that we like what does he have that could shut us up?
None, you've
I don't know.
missed it,
What
man.
causes waves on your planet, man?
Oh yeah, now he wants us
Planet.
to explain something that he can't explain.
Oh no,
Fucking hell.
Waves?
hey, if you don't want to, that's cool, man. Oh, I can't explain.
I feel like the wind has a lot to do with waves, bro.
Really?
High pressure, low
You mean
pressure.
tides?
Yeah.
How do tides
mean to
work
say
again?
tides?
How do tides work? How do we?
What's a tide? What's a tide?
Yeah, like, this is really difficult
Well, you
if you
keep-
don't
you
know
keep
what
hand
tides
waving- you
are.
keep
If
hand
you're gonna
waving
be
all
the
fucking
time.
retarded or
You
something.
claimed it.
Stop.
You
Yeah, stop
claimed
hand
it.
waving.
What is
it
it?
to-
Tides.
Yeah.
What's the
Tides,
globe explanation
Tom.
for tides? Let's go over that.
We don't know what tides are. Could
What's
we
the globe
start,
explanation
we start
for
at like
tides?
second grade. We start at second grade, Hemstone. Maybe we'll,
He's
we'll
just gonna
float-
do this
we
over
might
and over
float
again.
off into
He's
kindergarten
just
a
gonna
little
make
bit.
it about education. You didn't finish school and whatnot, but it's no one can prove that. Who went
No
to
one
school
can
longer.
prove what?
What degrees anyone has or
Yes,
anything like that.
well, I asked, and you said no.
You claimed it
I'm
tides.
Fucking hell,
What
man.
are tides?
It's got nothing to
What's
do
that?
with it, man.
It
Yeah.
obviously does. It obviously.
another one like-
it's obviously.
it's another one
bothers
like
some of
maths
y'all, man.
or
Some of
like
y'all are
science.
too stupid to know it bothers you.
Like certificate. You go study. It's like your
Mhm.
certificate doesn't get you the
Mhm.
job or anything.
Yeah.
It's part of the process.
Yeah.
So,
Keep telling yourself that, man.
Yeah, we'll just claim it.
fact of life, man. Like your entire knowledge isn't summed up in that one piece of paper, man.
No, didn't say it was.
What's tides, man? You still didn't tell us what is tides. How can I explain what how does it work if I don't know what it is? Hello? Stone? You there? Another one of those words that you cannot define what it means.
Like he just said, explain rolling waves. Then ask him to clarify. What do you mean by rolling waves? Like, oh, you don't know what rolling waves are. Like, why can't you just clarify, man? What do you mean by tides? What are you talking about? Yeah, man.
Gonna have to invoke a lot of things, a lot of suppositions.
You know, like at least those other types, like Austin, yeah, at least they try to keep it going, you know, and try to at least try and back up what they're saying. I was just laughing, carrying on, and then he just goes on fucking cricket.
Yeah, but these guys, they are questioning the globe model. They just don't want to accept that it's flat. They know it's not a globe. That's why they're here.
But they are the anti-flat Earth ones where like, know it's flat, but they just
Correct.
so they have
Yeah.
all right.
They don't even spew the globe rhetoric. No?
Yeah, just have
So
to not
basically,
be flat.
they're agreeing with you and disagreeing with you at the same time. Well, you just need to understand what a sphere is. You know, a sphere doesn't have straight lines. You don't have elevation from a sphere. You have depression, not elevation. Simple.
Imagine just claiming you know all this stuff, and then someone comes to like ask you questions, can't even answer them.
I wonder if he's still recording.
Probably.
Why?
Probably for Gem. Probably for Gem or something. One of Gem's little panda pups.
No, I'm not, but it makes you feel
Run
better.
back to the bamboo forest.
I'm boo. Fuck is
Mama
he
bear.
talking-
Mama bear. Panda pups.
Are you the guy? Are you the faggot?
No, I told you I'm bisexual, man.
Oh, you do suck dick.
Nah, I just fuck blokes, man. Bitches.
You a bitch. That's fucked up.
I only fuck girls, but I just don't understand why you're concerned with sex life.
The other one he said was that guys conduct business by pulling their dicks out or something. Something
It's the best that
incredibly
they can bring to a
faggot.
flat forum.
It's so hateful, man. Faggot, hateful, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Share your pain.
It's alright, bro. You were lied to just
Yep.
like us, man. Accept it. Don't like you don't have to go through the rest of
That's
your life
silly,
angry.
man. That's silly. You're
You
not
can learn the
lied
truth
to.
now, man.
I'm
You can
smart
know the
enough to
truth.
figure things out for myself. I'm so unfortunate to the rest of
Listen,
you. Yeah,
listen,
man.
Stone.
It's really unfortunate. But
Bro,
Hey,
you
Stone.
can't even do maths. How are you gonna figure anything out for yourself? Can't even do maths, man.
I can't
Yeah,
even do
but
math.
he's already
Yeah.
here, so he's halfway there. He's already searching for the truth. He doesn't know it yet.
I don't know.
He just needs to hang around more often. He'll realize.
Fairly easy.
Like, you could be in a Globus server right now, doing knowledge in Globe, but you're here apparently just spectating or something. And the whole thing's basically been like you getting dragged across the floor, making claims you can't support, being asked simple
Saying
questions you can't
buzzwords and
answer.
refusing to define them.
I think you said physics about 70 times.
And then we were all jealous of his education. What is his education?
Some of
He says
y'all
that
are
his-
jealous.
He's a
Some of y'all
cleaner.
are jealous
He's a
of
cleaner.
educated people. I didn't say my.
Well, I mean, if you got a
education is
higher education, what's your specialty?
some of y'all are obviously.
He works in the
jealous
bank. Come
of
on, guys.
educated
He works
and
in the
academic.
bank. He works in the bank. He's the cleaner.
That's not a bad job.
Makes you feel better. I believe Jeremy works.
Well, you have a higher education than all of us. You've said that's why we're jealous. So
I
what's your
didn't
higher
say
education?
that. I said y'all are
Do you
obviously
have higher
triggered by
education?
people with a higher education. So
So what is your higher education? So like, what does it consist of? What's so special
I
about
did
it?
not say that myself was higher educated, even though I am. But
Oh.
yeah, but
So just
it's
tell
not.
us.
It's not hard to be so than y'all.
Just
In
tell
what
us.
field? Like medical or what? Are you
He
an
said
engineer of
physics a
some
lot.
sort?
He said physics a
Nah.
lot. Surely it's got to have something to do with that. Right? Surely.
I don't
Maybe he
think
got
so,
it in
man.
psychology.
He didn't know what it is.
Right. I was in school for journalism and photography.
Journalism and photography.
Bullshitting people then. Oh, see.
Okay, whatever you want to say.
What was your dream job? CNN or something?
Dream job, CNN.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like what did you want to be?
That's your
Like what kind of
humor.
journalism you? What is it?
I went to school for it. I didn't end up doing it. Thank you.
Oh, you didn't pass or something?
Oh, that's not what happened.
You couldn't finish it. You lost interest. Something like that.
I got a lot of money. Didn't have to
Couldn't-
finish. So it's
didn't-
what it is,
You
right?
couldn't figure out how to work the camera.
I just told you I inherited a lot of money. I didn't have to finish.
Oh, so what do you
Oh,
do
that's
now?
cool though.
I have a few businesses. What?
Apart from assuming.
Like what?
What is a business? I have a body shop, horticultural shop,
I guess it really doesn't matter.
game room. Some of these
An
things.
arcade?
Got
I think he
First,
pointed
the
out already
pandemic.
the problem there. I mean, he didn't finish his studies. Now we understand.
Oh, I finished a lot of stuff.
Journalism, which has shit all to do with anything we're even discussing.
Nothing to do with physics.
I did say I had a fucking. Oh, do you have to have a degree in physics to talk about it? I didn't
You're
say
making
anything.
it seem like
I
you
No,
said
do.
y'all are
but you have a
obviously
notion
triggered
what
by
it is.
people that have a higher
No,
education.
you were
than
talking about physics and vacuums, man, in the same saliva.
Yeah.
I mean,
You don't have to have a degree to understand simple,
yes,
simple
you do,
rudimentary.
you do, because you didn't.
What?
And you literally said vacuums exist in nature and never gave a single example. Then you said something about vacuum chambers. We could talk
They
about vacuum
literally-
chambers.
And,
Yeah.
and what do you think happened here? Do you think that you made a good showing and showed like a lot of ways
you're
that
stuck.
the Earth is
You're stuck.
flat?
You're stuck because if you leave,
Because
it
you
just
don't
proves that you
understand
lost.
gravity, because
And
you
now
don't
you're stuck
understand
here.
any of
Now
these
you're stuck here
subjects,
getting
and you've just tried to
embarrassed.
make fun of me about them. That doesn't work for it. That
I
doesn't
get
work
what
It's a
you
very
mean.
good
reality.
argument. You don't
Stone.
understand. It's a very good argument.
Stone, is gravity a force?
What happened? Came in and he thought he was just gonna have a,
Bro, I
Big
know what
rod.
you do, man. I know what you do, and I still have a good laugh at you. I know the
Is
fucking
gravity
arguments. They're silly.
a
They're the
force?
same fucking. Can you
Yeah,
have gas
Stone is
pressure
having a
without
Stone moment.
container?
how is
He's having
how's
a
it
kid
Outta
with
an,
Stone.
here.
how's
They're
it an
all
argument?
silly. They're all
How is
silly
it an
fucking
argument
arguments.
if you're not engaging?
Exactly, because I don't engage with them. They're
And
stupid.
it's not an argument.
You're
It's
right.
an
They aren't
exchange of
arguments.
diverging or opposite
Exactly
views.
correct. They
What
aren't
do you call them
arguments.
that?
So he's not going
Why'd
to
you
answer
call
if
it an
gravity's
argument?
a force.
He
Do
doesn't
you
know the
believe
answer to
gravity
that.
exists?
No.
No.
There you go, then.
Buoyancy
Could
and
be
density
fairies.
and electrostatics
What do you
covers
mean it
everything
doesn't
that gravity
exist?
supposedly does.
What do you mean gravity doesn't exist? Of course it exists. It's an equation. To the Riemannian force space, depending on space-time. Yeah, it's an equation.
Einstein
Does
married
it,
cousin twice.
yeah, exists on the maths only. Yeah,
So
nothing
why
to
do
be
things
concerned about.
fall?
Why do things
I
arise?
remember there was no consensus on this, and it kind
And why do
of caused a
things
little
arise?
division among the fairy tale groups.
Yeah, but I told you already. I put my kettle on, and I'll prove you that things are not falling.
Yeah, things just rest on the closest surface available to them once they break off their structure. Or they're already resting and not
That's
falling.
brilliant. That's brilliant.
It's
Yeah, that's what
brilliant, yeah. You're saying gravity is vector of down. I put my kettle on, yeah, and you see this steam going up. There is no gravity, so there is no force of down.
Wait, so yeah, I mean, like Stone, it's simple. Is gravity a force or not? It's literally just a yes or no question.
He doesn't know the answer. I'll let you give him the answer.
Well, yeah, but if you say yes, then you have to think for a second. In this paradigm that you believe in, is the moon
I'm
getting
not going
closer
to fall into
or
your
further?
silly little
My
argument.
silly gotcha yes or no question. Is the moon getting closer or further from Earth in your paradigm?
My paradigm?
Yes, and what you believe as reality in your little fantasy. Is the moon getting closer or further away from the Earth?
So you think I'm the one that's having a fantasy?
Mm-hmm.
What is the moon? Even a better question.
I think the moon's made out of cheese, personally. Probably provolone.
That makes more sense. Geez, why not?
Ugh.
I
Man,
think
it's another
the
hot
tooth
day
fairies
today.
come from.
Yeah, it's only 94.
Only, yeah. Oh goodness me! This helicopter is deviating from his path, flying over my head.
Or yeah, how about?
He's
Speaking of
going in the
that,
straight line, man. He's going in the straight line. No deviation. See?
like, you know what's weird about that is how they say that there's like instruments on the airplane that account for the Coriolis effect, even though Coriolis only happens to
Yeah.
the people looking at the airplane. It has nothing to do with the people in the plane. It appears to be drifting because we're on a spinning surface. So why would the plane have to account for anything if it's not doing anything? It's just going straight. So why would I have instruments to help it like navigate through Coriolis? I don't know. Stupid. Then again, I probably
Austin
don't.
told us
get
last
into
night,
it.
man. Told us last night that the plane doesn't fly straight. Nose bends and stuff. The nose goes one way, the plane goes another way.
What's that thing that instrument that shows you like the ground level and your level, like the like
Attitude
every time you
indicator?
turn, huh?
Attitude indicator, maybe?
It probably.
It's the one that's got like the blue and the brown and the
Yeah, and
blue
then it's got
frame
the
in it.
line going through the middle, and it tells you
Yep.
like what position your planes are compared to the
Yep,
ground
that's
and the
the
sky.
attitude indicator.
Do they have one that does it from like the front to the back also, or is it just side to side? Like if you're tipping, if your nose is tipping or pointing up, do they have that also?
Yeah, like if you tip the nose up, then that little line will be in the blue. If you tip it
Right,
down,
that's
it'll
what
be
I
in the brown.
thought. Yeah,
So it shows you your pitch and your roll.
right. I thought it did all four. And I forgot where I was even going with that. Well. Oh, this room died.
I'm looking for a vacuum in nature.
I want to take a bunch of vacuum cleaners and like find that scene from Dances with Wolves where the Indian and the army guy are like looking at all the buffaloes and just replace all the buffaloes with vacuums. They used to be in nature until we wiped them all out. We find vacuums in nature all the time.
And then again, with your Google first hits, like that a vacuum does not exist in nature.
Exactly. But he's got that journalism degree and a lot of money from his dead uncle or something, so he's
It's
right.
starting to make sense now. Starting to make sense now.
He was cocky as shit, though. He had absolutely no arguments, like nothing to, debate. But then said we were all retarded, and he was like 100% sure of himself too.
Yep.
He
And then
can't
he
even
comes
tell
out
us if gravity's a force or not a force. He won't even answer that.
But I am not trying to teach you. But I find what you believe hilarious. That's it.
What do you?
Thank
No,
you.
no, no. We're just
Play it.
trying to,
It's
we're
fucking
just
been
asking what
hilarious.
you believe. Oh, you're leaving?
What?
But he
I'm
says
not
he's
going.
not trying to teach us, but he couldn't teach us if he tried, man.
He left. He probably doesn't
So,
feel well right now either. I bet he probably feels a little. Sure, his
Bad.
stomach hurts and he's got a headache. Oh, he's back.
Yeah. Yeah, he ended up saying journalism, photography. So basically, that's why he was banging on about pictures and information.
Yeah. If I saw a picture of Spider-Man,
what misinformation did I give?
All of it. Everything you said was misinformation, fake news.
Fair enough.
You got a chance to redeem yourself, man. Right here, right now. Come on. Door is always open, man. Like to start again or sober it up a bit. Guess not.
I feel like with Stone, you could ask him anything. He's gonna, it's not my job, and start laughing and never answer. Oh, I got a phone call.
My fault you're here. Not my fault. Not my prerogative to teach you anything.
You have to teach someone to have
Yes,
a
I'm
conversation with them.
100%. I'm 100% sure you're wrong about the shape of the Earth, and it's pretty obvious for most sane people to tell. If you think you're in a small faction that figured out something different, I think you need to look inward.
Yeah, you're just
Maybe
using
you
the same
really believe
arguments
this
that all
bullshit.
Globers do,
Maybe
man.
you really believe this. Maybe you don't. I don't know.
But you're
If
just
you
putting
really
on an
do,
act. Putting on an act that all Globers do. Mocking it. The idea that it's so crazy, man. People out here that think they've been abducted by aliens, and you're out here trying to say, you
not
believe the
analogous.
Earth is flat. Like, what are you on about, man?
you not been told that the Earth was a sphere in space, would you ever have come to those conclusions on your own? Like, have you ever experienced anything in your life that would bring you to the belief in the heliocentric model? So, me either.
Beliefs are justified. 2,000 years of science. Sorry that you've been duped by some videos or something. It's unfortunate, but not my fault. Not my
Like,
fault.
what
Yeah,
science specifically? Like, what? How does science prove the shape of the Earth?
basically, if you just say science, there you go, done. Point.
Which
You
field
just
do
have
you
to
want to
say
talk about
science,
first?
man.
How are mountains formed?
Tell us, man.
Science.
Tell us.
Science did it.
No, I was just curious because y'all tend to not believe in plate tectonics either, as it spoils some of
See,
your flatarded.
science does it
So,
all.
I was
Science
curious, does plate
created
tectonics
mountains.
exist on your
Okay.
world? Is that how mountains are
Well,
formed?
you create them in your mind, don't you? Because nature's man-made.
Nature is man-made. That's interesting.
Apparently.
That's all you've got, huh? Some silly ass.
Okay, so is
They
nature
don't
man-made or
design-
not? So you don't agree with that statement?
I asked you, are plate tectonics a thing?
I asked you a maths question. You couldn't answer it, man.
No, I
math
don't. I
question?
don't answer your silly questions. You're obviously like one of the dumbest people in.
What does that question have to do with math at all?
No, I already asked him a question that he couldn't. Now he thinks ask question.
What was the question that you asked? Is nature man-made? How was that a math
No, that was
question?
another question.
Oh, okay.
Are you some Glober or something?
I accept the current science.
Okay, what science are you talking about?
Well, which field do you want to talk about first?
The one you're talking about.
There's multiple.
Multiple. What do you mean?
Do we talk about astronomy, physics, geology?
Oh no.
Which one do you
Oh,
want to do
shit.
first?
Let's go with astronomy. Sure.
Astronomy? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love
so,
astronomy.
Oh,
Love
you
it.
do? What's astronomy?
Observation.
Okay, yeah. There's something wrong with observation?
No, I do it all the time.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
we all do unless we're blind.
Right. So what observations in astronomy point to a flat Earth?
Well, we're going with your globe, aren't we? You were the one who said all the current science, and then I asked you which one, and now you're already trying to flip it and asking me
Well, I was
which
just curious
astronomy.
because you said you loved astronomy.
I know, but
so
that's
I
not
thought
how it
you knew
works,
something
man.
about it.
That's not how it works, man. You said all the current science, so I just be reasonable and I asked you which ones. Decided to go with astronomy. Now you're going to tell us how astronomy shows it to be a globe.
All the other planets
You
are
don't even know.
spherical.
You don't even know what I believe. I told you I love astronomy. I asked you if you're a glober, man. What? Maybe I think it's a globe too. Why are you asking me how it shows that?
I know you're not a glober,
How do you know that?
because I've heard you speaking before.
So what you're trying to do here is railroad and change the subject. Like, honest here, and we all know
I'm
what
not
just
trying to change
happened.
the subject.
You said all the
Let's
current
talk about
science.
astronomy.
Said all the current science. I asked you which ones. Said
Yeah.
astronomy. So
Okay,
now you're
let's
going to
talk
tell
about
us how
astronomy then.
astronomy. So let's go.
Yeah.
Where would you like to start?
All
You
the
asked me. You
observations
asked me
in
what astronomy is. You asked me what astronomy is. I told you it's observation. You agree with that. So, how do we observe the globe through astronomy?
Every other planet we've ever observed is spherical, is it not?
We're talking about the Earth, though, not every other planet.
Okay, that's great.
But here, I've got a question then. So, if what you're saying is every other planet is spherical, so are we, right? That's what you mean. How come we're the only ones with water? How come we're the only ones with water?
We're not the only ones with water.
Sure about that? How come we're the only one that's got blue and green and white on it? Every other one's just a flat color, like pink,
We're
blue.
not the only
red.
ones with blue, green, or white on it.
Sorry?
That's not the case. Other planets have other colors on them as well. So we're just
Colors.
gonna
We're
pick the
talking about
Pluto.
water, though. Pluto's not a planet. Are you up to date on your current narrative?
Pluto's not a planet.
You're up to date on your. I don't think you have. Yeah, I don't think you're. Conversation.
So what is Pluto,
I'll give
though?
you a chance.
It's not
I'll
a
give you a
planet.
chance, man. I'll give you a chance, man. Want to use Yahoo, Bing, Google, Daddy?
What is Pluto then if it's not a planet?
Going off your narrative, man. Like I don't.
Okay. Well, tell me,
It's not
what is
my
it then?
opinion. It's not. I don't know. Tell me. It's apparently not a planet, but you're saying it's a planet.
Who says it's not a planet?
Oh my god.
Oh, nobody then. Got it. Cool.
So which one has water again?
Planet has water? Lots of them do. Mars has water
How do we know?
because there's ice on it.
Ice. How do we know it's ice?
Again, how do we know it's ice? You can see it.
Oh, my bad. We're doing astronomy. I forgot. Yeah, we can just look at it. Sorry.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the polar ice caps on Mars?
No, I haven't actually.
Why not? I thought you loved astronomy.
I do.
What observations have you done if you haven't even seen the planets? Because your descriptions of them.
I thought astronomy is just observation, so I thought everything is astronomy. Sorry, I might be totally my fault.
Oh, you think that because astronomy is all observation, that means all observations are astronomy?
Of course, it has to mean that.
No, that's a failure of set theory. All Labradors are dogs, but that doesn't mean that all dogs are Labradors.
That's the breed of dog.
Yeah, and astronomy is the breed of observations.
Yeah, I know, but okay. So if
It's
you
a
say
subset of observations
if you say
about-
astronomy is observation, then observation, astronomy, right?
No, because it's the same as saying a lab is a dog, therefore all dogs are labs. That's wrong. That's fallacious. It's incorrect.
No, it's not, because I can observe different
It's
types
not?
of dogs.
You can observe different types of observations as well.
But the process of how I'm observing them, astronomy, right?
No,
What is it then?
it's just observation.
That was good. That was a good one. I like that. So let's go back to astronomy then. What's astronomy?
Thought you knew what it was.
Hey, answer the question. Said just observation. What's astronomy again?
No, you said it's just observation. I asked you.
But just then with the dogs, I said, what is it then? And you said it's just observation.
If you observe a
You said
dog,
it's-
that's observation.
You said it's not astronomy, so then what's astronomy? You still there? No one. Still there?
So you don't know what astronomy is then? You told me you did earlier. You said you loved it, in fact. You
Yeah,
seem to not
because
even know what it is.
I'm under the impression it's just observation.
But does that make all observations astronomy?
But you said looking at the dogs is just observation.
Right. Would observing a dog, would that be astronomy to you? Is that what you think astronomy is?
What's the difference?
What do you mean, what's the difference? The difference in observing something in astronomy and observing a dog? You don't know the difference between those two things?
Why are they different?
Why are they different? Because one is a dog and one is astronomical bodies.
Okay, and so one is the Earth that we're on, one is an astronomical body, right?
No, dogs are not Earth. They're
So
animals.
you missed the analogy there. So just clarify that the difference, one is a dog, one is a planet. So they're not
Right.
the same thing, right?
No, that's correct. Good dogs are not planets. Right. Yeah.
Uh-huh. So when you talk about the Earth, we're observing an Earth. We're not
Which is a
observing
planet.
planets in the sky.
Earth is a planet, though.
How
So,
do you
yeah.
know that? How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know that? We've defined what planets are.
It's a
as
straightforward
50.
question. How do you conclude that because there's things in the sky, therefore we are the same?
You realize we defined the things in the sky, right?
Sorry?
Do you understand how humans name things? Do you understand how the process works? Yeah.
Name them. What
We just name them, like we just like see a random thing and we name it, and then we see another random thing, we name it something
Yeah, I
else. Is
mean,
that how
even
we
if
do
you're talking about an animal, we identify a new species, give it a name, and then we give it another name. Snake, and then we give it a specific name to snake. Talking about, but we have to just give it a name.
it? Right, but
Some
if I
things
look
are
at
named
a,
after people who discovered them. Some people the name based on what they look like. Like take an orange for an example.
hmm so if I
Why is
take
it
a
called an
snake,
orange? Why is it called an orange? Fucking orange. We just called it an orange. Now,
right, so,
why is the color orange? Because it
yeah.
looks like an orange.
So
Same color, orange.
if I take a snake, right,
So
and I
no one,
say,
is that picture that I
and I
just put
say
up in the
that's
main
an
chat,
animal,
is that the planet? Is that the planet you saw? The ice
is
planet?
what the planet I saw.
Yeah. Is that Krypton or something?
What are you talking about?
I just put it up in main chat. Is that the planet that you saw? With the ice on it?
I don't see anything in main chat.
I'll tag you in it, no one, so you can.
I see a
Alright, tag 'em.
PDF of the lowest mass ratio planetary microlens.
Yeah,
go, no one.
that's
There you go, no one.
that's the ice. That's the ice planet right there. That was what they viewed.
Oh, that's not a planet. That's a graph.
That's where they got their information.
Okay, that's not a planet though. That's a graph.
Do you believe that graph is a planet?
No, it's a graph. I
Okay.
just said that like 3 times.
So astronomy.
All right, Daddy's
Current-
back.
Current science you accept.
So if I look
Stone, you
at
there?
if I look at
Looking
a
at a
snake,
dog.
right?
Looking at a dog is the same as looking at a planet, but looking at a planet is the same as looking at the Earth.
Correct, because Earth is a planet.
How did you confirm that, man?
Because we defined it as a planet. What do you mean?
How?
You mean
Apart from
how?
looking at the sky and just like that. Oh well. Is that the current science you're talking?
You don't understand how naming conventions work, I guess, right?
I understand exactly what you're trying to say. I'm asking you how you come to that conclusion.
How did I come to the conclusion that Earth is a planet? Because it's a planet by definition. Do we need to look at the definition of planet? Is that where we're confused?
How far do these? How many jobs have you gotten fired from for talking to your boss this way? Like with these word games. Like what have you achieved in life with these dumb, silly word games? You tricked money out of somebody one time and got rich from it. Like what have you gained from being so dishonest with your words?
They feel better about themselves, apparently.
Do we need to look at the definition of planet?
Yeah, I mean, what just happened here was a fair, like, inquiry into your logic.
Oh,
here,
you were talking about
and you
now.
failed, man. You failed, man. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm asking you a straightforward question, right? You conclude that looking
If
at a
there
dog
were any
is
other
not the
people
same
in
as looking
here,
at a
they would
planet,
think
but
you
then you tell
failed.
me that looking at the planets is the same as looking at the Earth, and you just beg the question that we are a planet because there's things in the sky. That's all you said.
No, we're a planet because we defined Earth as a planet.
Who
That's like-
defined it as a planet? Who?
Humans.
Which human? What do you mean humans? What do you mean? There has we just
Humans.
went through that. Why some things are named after people, some things are named after a fucking color because they look like that. Tell me which
Right.
human defined it as a planet?
I don't think it was just one, was it?
Okay, was it a group of how many?
I didn't count them. I don't know.
It's pretty
Because you don't fucking know.
Newton.
I don't know how many. No, I don't. Am I supposed to know
Then why are
exactly
you
how many
why are you saying
humans?
shit like this? You don't know the answer to it. Why are you just spewing this shit and saying, well, we defined it as a planet, and you can't tell me who or how many people did?
You want the names of every single person
I
that
don't give.
involved?
Like when you.
Like, would you be fired now, or would they fire you from your job like at the very beginning, just knowing that it was going nowhere?
I don't have to worry about that because none of you are my employer or ever would be.
Right. No, we
You haven't
only
seen-
would be employers.
You haven't seen that
Right.
show Secret Bosses yet, have you? Never know.
Like, how far does it get you in life? Like, what have you gained from this roundabout circle jerk bullshit talk and not saying anything while just saying words? Like, where's it get you? Like, planet is just plain with a T on the end of it.
That's
Who put that T on there?
insane. That is fucking insane.
Who's got fuzz?
Who's playing word games? No.
Yeah, I want to play with you, man. Like,
You
so it's
understand
just plain with a
English
T on there.
language is not what we really go off.
Yeah, so he wants you to
Massive.
do a word for
Yeah.
everything. There's a
Yeah,
level
good,
of
bro. Mute
understanding
that
that you should have
fuckhead.
gotten past.
What have you gained from playing word games? Planet is just plain with a T on the end.
That's
Who
right.
played word
You can't
games
make this shit up.
apart
man.
from you?
Incredible.
Apart from you.
Yeah,
Recap. I know it's going to be annoying, but basically you said current science, and I asked you which ones. You started with astronomy, and then we went through
Oh,
that.
you
and
picked
then,
astronomy.
yeah.
I named several.
No, you didn't.
I did.
You didn't.
Did I restate them for you?
Yeah. Tell us what you said.
You want to talk about physics, astronomy, geology? Which one? Those are
Physics
just
I believe
the only
off my
science
head.
named.
Sorry?
Astronomy's not science.
Astronomy is not science.
No.
Yeah. That's why I tried to
Interesting.
walk you through that gently.
So you asked for, hold on, let's get this straight here. You asked for a current science. I named 3. You picked one that wasn't science to talk about? Is that what happened?
You named one. You named physics.
Yeah.
Astronomy is just observations, man. You can't prove the cause of the natural phenomenon that you're looking at or vary and manipulate it.
Why is that a necessity in science?
Because science is a method.
Science is a method?
Yes.
For what?
Empirical knowledge.
Observations aren't empirical?
Proving the cause of a natural phenomenon. That's all science is.
Really?
Either proving the cause or proving what's not the cause.
And why have you decided to arbitrarily define science as such?
I didn't define it.
Then who did?
You've arbitrarily defined the Earth by looking at the fucking star, man.
Who defined science like that if you didn't? Because I've never heard it before you said that.
Everybody did. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna figure it out.
Really? Can you show me one other person who does that other than you?
Yeah,
just now?
yeah. Google does it when you search what is the scientific method. Shut the fuck up.
So you failed at your astronomy attempt. Let's go on to physics. What do you have? Physics. No one. Hit me with your best shot. Go. Physics.
Is physics a science before we go on that?
Yep. Yes, it is 100%. Yep. It's 100% science. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, you missed the question. Your best physics proof of the globe.
Given the size of the Earth, physics dictates that it would be a sphere.
Give us
based
your
on the
best
forces
proof.
acting on it.
You just say, given the size, and then he started. I don't know what the fuck he said. Can you say that again, no one?
Yeah, it's hard to get a sentence out when I get talked over. I'm sorry.
No, no one interrupted you. I just didn't understand what you said that whole time. What did you say?
Somebody literally spoke in the middle of this.
No, he said it after you finished talking.
Okay. I interrupted him with the middle of my sentence.
Okay, no one's interrupting you. Question again.
No one's. Aren't you
Your
quit
best-
talking?
You're fired again. You're
Yeah,
fired.
your
You got
best-
fired like
your
4
best-
times.
The best physics proof of the globe. Can you please answer that question again? Because I didn't understand what you said.
Gravity,
Is that what you said the first time?
essentially. I have to.
So you've
Speak
changed
faster
your
now.
answer now. Change your answer.
No, I just made it shorter.
What about gravity?
What about physics is gravity? I don't understand the question.
See, I don't understand the question. Okay, I'll ask you again. What do you mean when I ask you a question like this? Give me your best physics proof, and you answer the size and blah blah blah. And I ask you to say it again, and then you say gravity. Can you just tell me what you mean?
So given the size of the Earth, the force of gravity, it can't be any other
Gravity
shape.
is not a force.
Okay, if you say so.
So
You're just
given
gonna be
so-
me saying
alright,
things and you going no all day. Is that
wow.
what you're doing?
Given the size of the Earth, where'd you get the size from, mate?
So
How do you
we
know
travel,
the size of the Earth?
We travel
Sorry?
around the globe
We?
on a
Who you talking
daily
about?
basis.
We? Who?
Humans again. Did I name every human being in existence for you? Is that what you need?
What do you mean they travel around the globe? What do you mean by that? Do you mean they travel around the whole globe, or you're just saying they go from one location to another location?
Yes, multiple people do that in multiple locations all day,
Mhm.
every day.
Yeah, I can walk down the street right now. I can walk 10 kilometers down the street if you want. It's not a globe though. Road.
I'm talking about global travel, not you going down to the store.
So you're just using the word global in front of travel.
Yeah, that's what it's referred to in reality.
What direction? Which direction are they going? And where are they
all,
ending up?
All of them. All of the directions.
Who's doing? Is it for personal travel or business travel?
Both.
Okay, who's personally or business traveling to Antarctica?
Who's personally or business traveling? Well, there's tour groups that can go to Antarctica, and there's also researchers that work there.
So researchers are the business, right? So they're all
Right.
traveling there, and then they just come back.
And why are we talking about Antarctica all of a sudden?
We're talking about the Earth, which
When I asked
Antarctica
you for,
exists on.
yeah, I asked you for a location in which they're, a direction in which they're traveling. You said everywhere,
Yeah,
all at
everywhere.
once, all at once, everywhere,
Collectively, yeah.
ever expanding. In this chaos, orderly chaos, seeking chaos, everywhere.
You don't see the problem with just saying global travel, meaning people are traveling and assuming it's a globe. You don't see the problem with that.
Oh, no, I meant we have it sufficiently mapped out such that we can
So
determine
why
the
didn't
size
you?
of it.
Why couldn't? So that was my question. Where did you get the size from? And you started talking about people traveling. So now, why can't you answer with that? So where did you get the size from? Who mapped it out?
Multiple people over a decade.
Here we go. Just unknown source, unknown, unknown. Someone did it. Someone did it. I don't know who. Someone. It has to be. Told me in schools. Surely someone did it though.
You want the
right?
names of every cartographer ever? Is that like literally what you want right now? Well, what do you tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you.
One direct. Oh, go ahead, because he wants it.
He's just a fucking idiot, man.
I want one specific direction, and that they go and where they took off from and where they came back, and then we'll see why that tells you it's a globe.
Well, that alone wouldn't tell me it's a globe.
They
so I
took
don't know
off
why
from
we're
this continent and traveled north. They took off from this continent and went south, and they went right. So one of this very simple, just 4 choices.
Right, that alone wouldn't tell me that it's a globe, though.
Okay, which one
Nor
does?
did I claim it would.
Which direction does tell you that it's a globe?
You seem to have trouble following along.
Right. So explain to me which direction of these travelers proves to you that it's a globe.
The travel wasn't what proved it was a globe. You seem to have trouble following along.
Okay. Well, explain it.
The size of the Earth.
Come on.
The size of the Earth under the current physics that we understand dictates that its shape would be a sphere, because under all the forces that it's currently under, it couldn't be a plane. It would crumble.
And what proves the size to you?
I feel like I just went over this.
No. Who verified the size? You said travelers. So what proved the size to you? Travelers.
Humanity.
Right. Humanity traveling the globe, right? So, and then which direction did they have to go to map all these directions? They had to go in all directions, right?
Correct. Yep, all the directions.
Right. So who went? Right. And then we do it every day. You said, right, for business and personal.
Right. Yeah, we do.
Right. Okay, and that proves the size.
Yes.
Okay, and the size is all that. And then who? How far south have they traveled to prove the size?
All the way south. What do you mean?
All the way south and popped up on the other side. That's what you believe?
Popped up on the other side? I don't know.
Right. So they went around the ball and came up on the other side of the ball.
No,
they have
that's
to.
not. That's
It's
not
a ball. Right, it's a ball. You have to. It's the only thing that could happen. Physics.
That's not physics.
Like if you took our stupid flat Earth map, right? If you took a stupid flat Earth map, and we put a little bleeping plane that's going and traveling south, right? On our stupid map, they should bleep on the right side of the map, disappear, and then bleep start on the left side of the map.
Like just if we laid the map out flat for you.
No, reality is not.
The same map you got of the ball. We just laid it out flat for you.
Could lay it out flat, that you would introduce distortions.
Hold on a sec. Saying that on your ball, if I did start at one point, I headed in the same direction, I wouldn't end up back where I started.
Yeah, you would end up back where you started. It doesn't make sense to refer to it as popping up over the other side. That doesn't make
That was after you said that doesn't make sense or that wouldn't happen or something like that. I missed that part, but Beefy just asked you the same question I just did.
No, he said they would pop up over the same side. It
Yes,
doesn't make
then you
sense
just
to refer to
agreed.
it like that. Right, because it doesn't
just
make any
agreed.
sense to refer to it like that.
Okay, so now you've got clarification. So who did
Answer?
that?
Now you've
Who did what?
So who started at one point, headed in the same direction, ended up back where they started?
Oh, who did circumnavigation? Is that what you want to know?
So that's different. What I just asked you.
Then I don't know what you're referring to. This is why I said it doesn't make sense to refer to it like that.
Never asked yourself this.
Well, like
Yeah,
4 people, I think, who claim to have done north to south.
Damn.
I don't get it.
When did I say that?
Okay, all right.
Doesn't
I'll
make
do what
sense.
I know. I'll give you the globe as example. So you've got a basketball, got an ant. Ant starts walking around the basketball. Following?
Right.
So who on earth has done that?
Who has circumnavigated?
No, that's different to what I just asked you.
How is that different than circumnavigation?
That's not circumnavigation. That's not what's been done. In
What's
what you're calling
circumnavigation then?
circumnavigation.
What's circumnavigation? Maybe I'm confused.
So you can look at it. Yeah, I know you're confused because you have these words like circle, circum, and you think that means someone went around the fucking globe. So they basically just go from one point to one country to one country to one country. They don't go in the same direction. You can look at this thing on a map if you want. You can see their path that they traveled.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't know a circle is a 2D shape.
So, I mean, I just explained it to you. Now, do you understand what circumnavigation means?
Is it not circling the globe?
No, I just explained that to you. So now, do you understand what
I mean, you told me what it wasn't. Tell me what it is.
I'll get a picture for you.
Okay.
Following.
He's damn right about one thing. We'd never be his boss because I'd never hire him.
Bro. Gone.
Yeah.
For employers.
You've never seen Undercover Boss, man. So be careful.
We live in America, sir. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Possible.
I think they say 50% of the country in America are own a business.
You
right?
can start a
Employ the other
business.
50%.
Yeah, you can just start a business, have a business license, and not do shit with it. Call yourself a business owner.
Well, I mean, if it's 50% of the country employs the other 50%, then there's a 50-50 chance that you're talking to an employer.
I mean, they
80-50.
don't even need to be on that show. Heaps of like you're saying, bosses going on in their employment.
Like I would imagine there's half of the people who sit on Discord and talk because they have no job, and they have no money, and they or whatever, and the other part of them are sitting talking on Discord because other people are making their money, right? Yeah, but I get no one's logic that obviously everybody here has no job, I guess, or they're making I don't know.
That picture didn't. Knows what I'm
No one. You're in a serious relationship with someone?
Sorry?
You're in a serious relationship with someone?
How is that relevant?
No, that's me just asking you a question. Is it the breeze?
Yeah. Yes.
Is it the longest relationship you ever held?
Yep.
Oh, awesome.
I have a question. Guys, can you hear me?
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, we can hear you,
So,
Skeptic.
no one. Do you seriously believe that you are on a globe? Honestly,
Yes.
you really believe that?
Yes.
God, man.
You want to ask me if I really, really believe it?
Oh, fucking crazy, man.
No one. Can you see the picture?
Do you always assert yourself upon feelings, thoughts, and beliefs rather than facts, logic, and wisdom?
If you ask me if I believe something, yes, I'm going to use my. Yeah.
That's not what I asked you. I said, do you always assert yourself upon thoughts, feelings, and beliefs rather than the
to go
fact,
off of my
logic, and
beliefs.
wisdom
Do you understand
that lies before you? Why would you go off of beliefs rather than the fact and common sense?
Because
and
you're
logic?
asking me what I believe.
I'm not asking you what you believe. I'm asking you what
So
you
you're going
don't
against
believe.
2,000 years of science that has proven things, and we know all these things. Now you're saying all we have is belief? That's
Yeah.
amazing.
No, if I asked you what you believe, that's all you would have.
I mean, it really sounds like a religious zealotry to me.
Like,
That's fine if you want to think that.
if the medical books told you that your girl's G-spot was right here, but every time you stuck it in her belly button, she moaned, you would believe that that was the right spot?
I don't know, man. Your mom likes it anyway. Usually I stuff it in her fat roll. She likes that a lot.
It is beyond belief. We still have people believe like in the spinning ball Earth.
I mean, technically, if we're being technical, I take a handful of flour and I toss it at her, find the wet spot because she's so fat.
Listen, that is actually a pretty good strategy. It's not the word. Like,
She got a lot of folds, bro.
I think you're faking it. Let me get I gotta do the flour test. Stand still. Spread them.
Current science.
So do you have any facts, or do you just believe?
Please.
I believe.
No one. Did you even look at the
If
picture?
you don't believe what I believe, then how dare you?
No one.
And you don't understand. You just don't understand. We understand, right? What they say.
We don't need
No,
facts.
we don't
we
understand
only need
it.
beliefs.
Yeah.
The hell with the scientific method. That's the.
Do you understand what indoctrination is, man?
Nope.
It seems like every time I ask a Glober this question, they fumble over themselves. No one.
Globers are in.
No one. Give me your understanding of what indoctrination is, please.
Teaching people to accept beliefs uncritically.
Correct.
Well done.
So,
Man. Well done.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. So where do you get off thinking that you're educated on this matter rather than indoctrinated? Excuse me, I wasn't done. Where do you get off with thinking that you have a fact rather than a belief? And why should we accept your belief rather than the fact and the logic? Like, this is the epitome of indoctrination, bro, that you're trying to spew onto us.
I guess I would have to ask for your definition of fact versus belief, because it seems like you don't.
You're coming
you
in
don't know
low.
how to differentiate between them.
coming in low and muffled. Maybe your mic's covered up a bit. Can you repeat that?
How are you defining fact and how are you defining belief?
Well, you pretty much define belief through indoctrination. It's an acceptance of a system that hasn't been validated through critical fortitude rather than just the acceptance thereof. And a fact is something that can be repeatedly tested and shown the same values or the same outcoming, but yet you haven't validated anything, just accepting something rather than validating.
Do you understand that not all beliefs are due to indoctrination?
Not all beliefs are due to indoctrination. Can you give me an example?
Should I restate the definition of indoctrination?
No, I'd like you to give me a worldly example as to what you're trying to say rather than just spewing rhetoric.
Do you believe that you exist?
No, I don't believe. I know I exist.
Right, but knowledge is just a subset of belief.
No, I wouldn't say.
And then we disagree. What is
He's
knowledge?
appealing to impossibilities, and you appeal to hypotheticals. We know it exists, obviously.
What would you say knowledge is?
Knowledge is the understanding upon a certain topic or subject. Which
You're the one who is confused, not us.
So I guess we could say it's more accurate to say that you understand that you exist.
Sure, you could say I understand I exist, I know I exist, but to say I believe wouldn't be accurate.
Can you know something that you don't first believe?
That would imply you can simply just not believe.
I mean, that's
you
what I
exist
asked you for an
and
example
ta-da.
of. You haven't provided an example other than like some irrelevant topic. Like we're discussing the shape of Earth, and you're asking me if I exist. Like, what happened to the Earth?
And now we're just discussing facts versus belief, I thought.
Yeah, within the context of your paradigm that you accepted unequivocally.
Do you believe that I've accepted it unequivocally?
Well, yeah, you're falsifying reality to fit within your paradigm. That's the epitome of what it is we're discussing.
I know he has. I know he has.
Probably.
Why is it quiet all of a sudden? What happened?
Who is confused about his existence?
Yeah, sometimes I just switch my belief to not exist. So I just space out, man. Stop believing that I exist. That easy, man.
No one. Do you think something can come from nothing? How about you, M. Stone? Do you think something can come from nothing? So we got
Obviously
two
not.
people scared to answer the question. Is there anyone else that's willing to take the challenge?
Am I allowed to talk?
Oh yeah, go ahead, man.
Mute him again.
Do I think something can come from nothing? I don't know.
All right, that's fair enough. Is there anywhere in the universe that you can point to where nothingness exists?
No.
Well, when you talk about nothing, you get into semantics of what nothingness is.
Oh, really?
Don't you?
What do you mean
philosophical
semantics?
argument.
And true nothing exists. True nothing.
Yeah, emptiness. Can you show me emptiness, like devoid of all things, just like this
Like a
empty
vacuum.
space somewhere? Sure,
No.
you can invoke a vacuum, but even your own Globers would say a true vacuum doesn't exist.
There's
It's only a
no
concept.
perfect vacuum. So it has to be a perfect vacuum or no vacuum. That what
No,
you're
just
saying.
true nothing. Show me true nothing somewhere in the universe. Yeah, true nothing.
They're asking
I'm
for
just-
philosophical nothing. It's
Yeah,
not
I
a thing.
I'm
Why
trying
do
to
you think
understand
this
how
even
you.
matters, man? I mean,
Yeah, mute this guy again.
you
this
go
point-
off into the weeds with this meta bullshit that none of you.
I
Really
was actually
understand
curious.
on
I have his
the
microphone
basic
so low
anyway.
that I can't really hear him that much, but I was curious.
Yeah.
I was going to even ask you guys, like, what happened with that fucking asshole. Yeah, but
Yeah.
there he is.
But when they say vacuum, how's that nothing if you have the vacuum?
All right, okay.
Well, we're talking about what's within the vacuum, not necessarily the
Alright.
vacuum itself.
All right.
We're looking for emptiness or devoid of all things, i.e., your Big Bang, right? Something came from nothing. This is the premise of your Big Bang. So I'm just trying to understand how you've trained yourself to believe this nonsense.
So you know that we believe in the Big Bang, correct? And you know for a fact that the Big Bang didn't happen because you're really smart.
You all right, bud? Is your head a little bogged?
Why would my head be
No
fogged?
one-
Because I asked you a very simple question.
You've been unloading.
I asked you a very simple question, and you just seem to just like splurge out.
I don't play your fucking games, man.
Someone, yeah, right. Yeah,
What
well
is
done.
what does nothing have to do with the Big Bang?
There was once nothing and then something.
No,
See,
wrong.
see, again, he doesn't know his own narrative.
Big Bang literally doesn't say that. The Big Bang
There's
doesn't
no, there is no such thing. There's never been such thing. There will never be such thing as philosophical nothing. If
Okay,
that's
so
what
then
you
why
think,
does your
that's what you
narrative
took
say?
first
Why
grade.
does your narrative say there was nothing? Something exploded.
Wow, it's almost like I was going to answer that question if you would have let me finish speaking. If that's what you took from first grade science in second through sixth grade,
All right.
you would
So
have understood a little better.
what was before the Big Bang? No one. Tell us
That
that.
makes
What
no
was
sense.
what was here? What was here before your Big Bang?
That's not a nonsensical question.
It seems pretty sensible to me. It was sensible enough for me to ask it.
Time as we know it started at the Big Bang. To ask what happened before that, a necessarily temporal question, is nonsense.
All right. So within your model, right, was there material existence prior to the Big Bang?
Yes.
Really? Show me. I'd like to see a citation on that, please. Go ahead and provide.
Want me to name the scientist?
Provide me a citation, no one, or else I'm just going to chalk it up to nonsense.
And then he goes on mute. No one. You're allowed to Google it, man. You can even Google. Gotta do.
Yeah, do whatever you got to do, bud. Just give me something so I can, confirm that you're not just spouting off jargon.
He did say the current science, so he'd be up to date with it. That's what he said. He bases his belief on the current science. Know this.
Crickets. Crickets. How about you, M Stone? Do you believe there's a God, or are you anti-God?
God.
Do you believe in God or no God?
Depends on which God you're talking about.
The creationist perspective of intelligent design, that God? So is that real or not real? What do you think about that?
not for me to decide whether it's real or not.
I'm asking you about your beliefs, man. It's
when you
it's your
say,
personal.
I'm
my
not here
God,
to talk beliefs with people that can't figure
Hey,
out the
Stone.
shape of the fucking planet, bro.
Stone, when you say, oh my God, which God do you mean?
Satan, man. That's his.
Tell
devil
us
and
about
shit.
your God, M Stone. We want to hear about your God.
There you go, Dice Flow. It's in the chat for you.
All right, let's see what you got. In the chat, live stream text. Oh, that's the server. Let's see.
Just showing you this generic fucking wiki fucking stuff, man.
A point of infinite density and gravity. That sure as hell doesn't sound like nothing to me.
A point of infinite density and gravity. Well, gravity's never been proved. So,
Okay, infinite
is that all you got?
Infinite.
Mine says the same thing. There's an
Well, how do you-
infinitely dense tiny ball of matter. Mine says the
How
exact
do you
same
have
thing.
density? How do you have density without a
Infinite.
material existence? That doesn't make any sense.
Infinite.
Density is a
There
relationship.
wasn't a
Density
How do
is
you have
not a
density?
thing.
What?
Density is not a thing of itself. It's a relationship.
yeah. It says a tiny ball of matter. Yeah, a tiny ball of matter.
You were wrong in your assumption about what it said.
How
You
is
don't
that
know
wrong?
it.
You just make up
All right.
bullshit
Well,
and
here,
you're
look.
wrong.
Then
Big Bang
let me ask you this. Let me
place
ask you
at
this.
no place and no time. That means from nothing.
No place
Right.
and no time does not mean nothing. Try again.
Let me ask it a different way. What's at the outer extremities of the universe that your supposed space is expanding into? What's that medium consistent of?
We don't know.
Okay, but is it something that's being expanded into, or is it just
Yeah,
a
but we know it
devoid of
exists.
something?
Well, it would have to be something because nothing doesn't exist.
Well, you already have space, which is the reification of nothingness that acts upon things. So that's why I'm wondering, is this like the same kind of space that you're
No.
postulating, or is this a different type of space?
We don't know. But it's
Okay.
definitely not nothing.
Okay. Can you give me
Possible.
Can you give me the physical properties of space?
Physical properties of space?
Right.
Space is just the
Space
distance
is not
between
physical.
objects. What do you mean by physical properties?
Yeah, I agree with that. Space is the void between objects that's been reified. That's been reified to have the essence of nothing, but yet still be bent and warped and manipulated. So that's why I'm wondering, how
Because
can
it's
you
not
bend?
actually nothing. It's still something. Just the fact
So
that
the
we're
void-
talking about it proves that it's something.
The void between objects is something.
Well, we're referring to it, aren't we? So it's got to be something. How do
The
you refer to
void-
nothing?
Listen to what I'm telling you. The void
Correct.
between objects is something. That's literally what you're postulating.
Is a void something?
No.
Or is it nothing? Oh, a void is nothing.
A void is just a volumetric. It doesn't refer to a material presence rather than the lack
It's
thereof.
so volumetric. You're literally giving it a quality. How does nothing have qualities?
No, I'm
You
giving
can give
it
it
an
qualities.
expression.
It's not nothing.
I'm giving it an expressional attribute. I haven't put my finger on the principle, which is what I'm asking you for.
You need to have a volume.
Nothing have attributes.
The
If you
void.
can give it
The
attributes,
void
if you
between
can
mass.
even, if you can even call it an it, not nothing, something.
Does that something exist on its own?
On its own. What do you mean on its own? Like, does it not depend on anything? Probably not.
Well, there you go. I hope that helps you.
I guess so. I'm not sure what the point there was.
It's to show you that you can't bend, warp, and manipulate something that's not existent.
When did we come to the conclusion that it wasn't existent?
Well, you said it yourself. You said space is nothing.
No, I didn't. I said it's not nothing. Something.
Oh, so then what is it?
No one. The things that exist in space are physical. Space is non-physical. You understand? So you can't bend and warp it because it's non-physical.
What do you mean by physical?
said physics, dude. I thought that was one of your strong points. Talking about now.
I know what I mean by physical. I'm asking what you
I
mean
mean
by
the
physical.
same thing as then. What do you?
Oh, then
tell
space
me?
is physical.
Does space have tangibility?
No.
So then how can you manipulate something that has no tangibility?
Is your
How about
mind
time?
tangible? Your mind tangible?
Yeah,
Your mind is tangible.
right.
No, not your brain. I'm not talking about the organ. I'm talking about your mind.
Yes, my mind.
It's tangible.
Yes.
Really touch it for me.
I've created something through the understanding in my mind. This is what allows me to invent, create, and postulate. So I can put it
No,
into fruition.
I'm sorry. I asked you to touch your mind because it's tangible, right?
So again,
He puts it into practical.
yeah, I can put it in a practical application, bringing it into fruition.
Maybe we're disagreeing on what tangible means. What do you mean by tangible?
Something that can be brought into fruition.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that's not my definition at all.
I mean, we both agree on what an orange is, right? Like, what's all this miscommunication? Apparently, you've got a whole bunch of definitions that you don't understand what ours are. Same, right?
I mean, look up tangible and try to find me any definition that sounds even remotely close to what you said.
It's
How about that?
the difference. It's the difference between an acorn and an oak tree. One you can derive wood from, and the other you can't. There's no difference anatomically or molecularly. They have the same genetics. However, one has brought the wood into manifestation through its attributional expressions, and the other hasn't. So it's no different than that.
Okay, but trees and acorns are both tangible. You can touch both of them. That's what tangible means.
Yeah, but the problem is
Able to be touched.
why can't you provide me a cord of wood through an acorn seed rather than the tree itself? They're not different. They're still identical down to the DNA of the tree and the seed, yet one has manifested something into fruition, right, due to its attributional expressions, and the other has not. Are you tracking?
Correct, but I'm just saying I disagree with your definition of tangible. It literally
Okay,
means
that's fine.
able to be touched. Tangible.
Okay, that's fine. So how do we touch space?
You don't touch space.
So how do we
Why?
manipulate space?
You don't manipulate space.
So how do we bend space?
You don't bend space.
Oh, okay. So space can't be bent. It can't be touched. It can't be
Space-time
manipulated.
is what bends. Space-time.
So how
is
do
what
we?
bends.
What about? Okay, so let's break it down. How about time? Is time ultimately existent, or is it a convention we use?
Tangible. Can you touch time?
Touch a clock.
You can't
So
touch time.
so
no.
time.
That is an instrument to measure
hold on,
time.
George,
No, that's
George.
not time itself.
You're rumpusing my whole line of logic here. So we can't touch time. We can't touch space. But if you combine these two things together, all of a sudden they're or manipulatable. That's what you're telling me.
You can manipulate intangible things, yes.
How do you do that? How do you act upon the essence of nothingness?
Not nothingness.
Well, it's a concept. It's a concept,
Can we
right?
try and use
Well,
it against
guess
you?
what? If it's a concept, it's not nothing.
Well, okay, I'll agree with you. It conceptually exists, but it doesn't ultimately exist. So how do we manipulate something that has no tangibility within our dynamic system here?
Your mind is intangible, and I can manipulate it.
Right. But I
Okay.
can bring things into fruition using my mind, but I can't bring things into fruition using space-time bending.
Sure you can.
Maybe
How
I can help
so?
you out for a second.
Orbital path.
Somebody wanted to chime in. Go ahead, man.
Just for a second. Think about magnetic fields, for example. Those are not tangible. Really manipulate them.
They are
Normally,
they are
themselves.
tangible though. They are tangible.
fields.
They generate a value at a set proximity, having flux, which is manipulatable and tangible. However,
Yes, it is
space and
manipulatable,
time
but it's
are
not
not.
tangible. I think that's what I think no one is talking.
Well, I don't think you're thinking on the right level because nobody equivocated that. Like we all know that magnetic fields are ever so existent, but as far as bending space-time, this is what we're trying to make sense of.
But it's the same concept basically. You have
No,
a
it's
field,
it's really
and the
not though.
field is getting distorted.
If you're gonna say gravity is now different than a magnetic field, then I would agree with you, because that's precisely what gravity is. It's just different within its attributional expression, but there's literally no difference between magnetism, electrostatic clean, and gravity. They're three and one of the same thing. They're only different due to their attribute.
They are all forces,
How
and
does that make
forces
sense in
are
your
not
brain?
tangible.
Now, there's only fundamentally one force. Mother Nature's force is magnetic.
You would never be, if
repulsion.
that's true, you would never be able to build a metal structure.
Strong nuclear forces.
Well, we're kind of getting off into left field. I just want to stick with bendy space-time for right now, and try to make sense of.
Just think of it as a force, because then you can see that it's not really tangible, and yet you can. What I wanted.
That's fine. Thank you for chiming in. Noah, and getting back to you and your bendy space-time, can you bring any evidence?
How are you able to say things like these three things are exactly the same? They're only different in their attributes. And
So I'll give you an analogy to help you. People can conceptualize water, steam, and ice being different. One's a gas, one's a liquid, and one's a solid. However, there's no anatomical or molecular difference between water, steam, and ice. They're all, let me finish. They're all one and the same thing. The only difference is due to their attributional expression being that of temperature and pressure. And when I talk about gravity, magnetism, and electrostatic cling, they're one and the same thing, only different due to their attributional expression, just as water, steam, and ice. Thank you.
But water, steam, and ice are all different. They're all water.
No.
But they're still different.
Well, yes, I would agree. They're all water, and they are different due to their attributes. But at the molecular level, it's all the same. All the same molecular makeup. It's the same molecule. Whether you're testing the molecules of steam, water, or ice, it's the same molecule. Is it not?
The bonding of it.
You can't just isolate. You can't just isolate one molecule, because if you have one molecule of H2O, none of them, not ice, water, or steam. It's just a molecule of H2O.
Okay.
So it doesn't make sense to just isolate one. Yes, it has to be in abundance.
I don't think so, man. I think if you had an individual
That's literally
water molecule,
what the phases. No, that's literally what the phases of matter are. They're how the molecules interact with each other.
Okay.
There's something about.
So can we get back to your bendy space-time?
Yeah, he already admitted he cannot bend space. What about time?
When it's liquid, it's because they're all moving relative to each other a little bit. When it's steam, it's because they're moving a lot relative to one another. If you just have one molecule, you don't have any of the phases of matter. All you have is a molecule.
Okay, but it's still
Why are you
water.
talking about physical things, though?
It's water in the sense that they're all water. It's not liquid water. It's not a gas and it's not a solid either.
Well, let's not stretch the analogy out too far. I'm trying to help you understand what I mean by different attributional expressions coming from the very same thing, only different to how it interacts based on its temperature and pressure mediations alone. So let's get back to your bendy space-time and what caused you to believe this could be manipulated.
You can manipulate it yourself.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking, how do I manipulate space-time?
Play around with some massive objects.
Well, I play with your mom, but I haven't seen any space-time.
How you want to see it? It's on a Can you see
time
a
is-
magnetic field?
How much time in a cubic meter of space?
Nonsensical question.
You can't
Is
make
it?
sense of it.
Can you see
Doesn't
magnetic
make
fields?
it nonsensical.
No, it's literally nonsensical. You can't.
So that's non a bending non-physical conceptual thing isn't nonsensical.
I mean, just because you can't make sense of it doesn't mean it's nonsensical, right?
Got me
You
there.
just
No,
said it. You
Got
just
me
said
there.
it yourself. You just said it is nonsensical, isn't it?
It's pretty straightforward, yeah. Like we all get it, man. Space is non, time is non, can't bend non-physical things. It's cut and dry, man. You know?
Well, you missed the point where one non-physical plus another non-physical equals physical.
Oh, right. So if as
Why
long as I
can't you
imagine
bend
it enough-
non-physical things?
If you throw two concepts together, all of a
That's
sudden
our
it
question.
manifests into existence.
Hold on, why can't you bend non-physical things?
Why can you?
There's nothing to be bent. You'd have to have a property, a physical property to be manipulated.
I mean, you can bend the
We're
path of
asking
light.
him. No one. We're asking you, how can you do it? And your answer is, why can't you?
Like
You can bend
it's
the
no
path of light.
it's no different than saying
He's gonna
bending
need a
unicorn
fabric.
parts. Like
You
you're
can
literally
bend the
saying you
path
can
of
bend.
light. Is the path of light physical?
You're literally saying that you can bend unicorn farts, and yes, you can bend the path of light.
Is the path physical?
Is the path physical?
Correct. That's what's being bent. You're not bending
you're
the light.
talking-
You're bending the path it takes. The path
No,
physical?
no.
Yeah.
No.
Correct.
No. I didn't agree with that, and that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
You just said you can bend the path of light.
I said I can bend light, right?
Oh, you said the path of light.
Well, I must have misspoken. I apologize. I fell into your little trap.
You can't bend. How do you bend light? That doesn't make any sense.
Strong enough magnetic field.
It'll bend the path it takes. Sure.
What do you think light is? Isn't EMR? And isn't EMR have a magnetic component involved with it? So if you had a strong enough magnetic field, you can affect that magnetic component within light.
Right, and
It's
then
pretty-
you bend
pretty
the
simple.
path that it takes.
The path.
And you bend the path it takes.
Path is irrelevant. We're talking about light, not the path of light, rather than the light itself.
What does it mean just to bend light? That doesn't make sense. You can bend the path that light travels on.
No, I don't agree with that.
I
man.
guess, what light are we talking about? Light
I think
behaves
he's
differently.
referring to visible light, I'm assuming. That's usually what most Glovers refer to when they talk about light is visible light. You ever heard of electromagnetic retardation? Yes, it's actually a thing.
Like in mechanics and shit, they have retardation and all that stuff.
Hmm.
The real thing.
That is a real
EMF
thing.
blocker. Is that what that is?
Look it up. Look up electromagnetic retardation.
Is it EMF blockers?
No. That's just a Faraday cage. We're not talking about.
Well, they retard EM, don't they?
What's that?
There's only one.
A Faraday cage retards EMF, does it not?
I don't think so.
Does it? It doesn't block out EMF?
Yeah, it blocks it out, but I don't think that's equivalent to saying it retards it.
I mean, what does fire retardant do? Fires.
Fire retardant essentially slows down the pathway that fire is trying to take. That's why they have like fire retardant garage doors, for example. It just has a slower burning rate. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's burn proof.
What is EM retardation then?
Well, that's why I was
It
telling
just
you,
slows
like,
down electromagnetic radiation.
that's why I was telling you to, like, look into. Ken Wheeler did a pretty nice video on it. It was pretty cool. Uh-oh, Flirk's in the room. Man of the hour. You're all in trouble now.
Unless you bend that tower.
Yeah, I'd like to see this bending and warping of space-time they speak of. It's pretty interesting.
I wish I could do it.
It's easy, man. You just need to navigate opposite of the so-called curvature. Yeah. So if you go backwards, like the around the world in 80 days, you just start going ahead of time.
That you mentioned it, he doesn't have to talk about it, but no one. Do you now understand the difference between circumnavigation and what we were talking about before? Yes or no?
No, unless you're just being pedantic. Do you mean like if someone was to circumnavigate, they should sail through the continent?
It was just a yes or no. Understood the difference. Like, you know the picture I sent you? Like, that's the path they take in alleged circumnavigation. What you believe is starting at one point, going in one direction, ending up back at the same point.
Well, you can't sail through a continent, can you? They have to go around the continent.
Well, we could use Operation Broken Compass to distinguish this.
And also, no, you wouldn't have to. You could go by boat until you reach the land, get on the land, go by land until you reach the end of the land, go by boat again.
Show me a road that goes straight through a continent without any curving or anything.
Show me a seafaring navigator traveling straight as a crow flies without using a northern magnetic compass. That's the premise
Why would
of
you guys give
Operation
excuses
Broken
as to why not?
Operation Broken Compass. And when I asked the Globers this, what would happen? Like, where would you end up if you left, for example, the harbor of Long Beach in California, heading due west, traveling straight as a crow flies, not following the northern magnetic field? Where would you end up? And they always tell me, well, you'd end up in the southern hemisphere. Now, how is this possible to end up in the southern hemisphere when traveling west?
Use a sextant.
How do you determine what west is?
Well, before you set sail,
you use a sextant.
We'll compass.
Before you set sail,
we'll use the compass. We'll take a laser on a tripod and we'll angle it towards the westerly direction, and then we'll leave the compass there on the shoreline, jump on the boat, and just carry that same vector.
No, man. You just use a sextant. You get your map. You get your map. It was a straight line, yeah, and then you check your almanac, see where the GPs of those stars will be throughout that line.
That's not what I'm talking about, George. Not what I'm talking about.
George, you all off, George. No, you got to think about tidal drift as well too. You can point your laser in a direction. You could drift sideways, and your laser is still going to point in the same direction. You think you're following the laser, but you're drifting.
Now, on your globe, don't you have lines of longitude and latitude? That shit, can't you just follow the fucking line?
There you go.
Dude, we're talking about being at sea with no compass.
Dude, did you hear what I said?
Have lines
on
of
your
longitude
ball,
just
on your
imprinted
ball,
in the sea.
on your ball.
They don't have lines of longitude imprinted in the sea.
Listen, you forgot that you have geostationary satellites giving you GPS.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. We're not including those type of things because he's saying broken compass. You have no compass.
Yeah.
You have no
Operation Broken Compass. It's a flat Earth experiment, and I don't want to
determine what west is. You said you have to use a compass, but you said don't refer to the northern direction. So compasses are out.
We'll use a compass just to get our heading, and then from there we'll just carry that same heading, not following the circular path that it would take you in.
You could still but you could still end up drifting north or south because of tide. So that wouldn't really work.
We'd have to try to keep ourselves on that fixed vector somehow. That's the whole problem. Is trying to.
I don't think you could do it if you don't ever refer back to a compass. How do you know you've stayed on heading without
You use a
checking?
sextant.
That's not. Sextants aren't part of the experiment, George. I agree. You could
Yeah,
do
but
it
you
that
can use
way.
a sextant in
That's
order
not
to
allowed.
determine that if you're going on the right
Not
path.
using a sextant.
We can also
George.
use
It's not a
GPS.
Take
sextant.
their ball and follow a line on it.
Yeah, it's
Why can't
Operation
you do
Broken
that?
Compass,
No,
not
that's not
Broken
gonna keep
Sextant.
you. That's not gonna keep the tides from making you drift away. Still don't know which way you're actually
Sounds
going.
like an excuse, man.
It's real life.
Do you think that the
Yeah, but-
lines of latitude are like actually drawn on the planet? Is that what you think?
A planet on a plane, yeah.
Whatever. You think they're
How
actually
do they
exist?
It's not
Right,
forever.
right,
The
right,
lines of
right.
latitude and longitude are elevation angles from Polaris.
If that's the case, how do they lay underwater cables and shit like that then? If they just drift.
They use compasses and all type of shit. We're not doing that for this thought experiment.
Don't repeat the thought experiment real quick.
No compass.
So you start on shore, and you use a compass on shore. You get it to find which way west is,
Okay.
and then you throw the compass away. And you sail directly whatever the way it told you to. Where would you end up? Would you end up back where you started?
On a globe, you should.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
think you're gonna drift all
100%.
over the place. I don't think you're gonna go
How
straight.
did they map out? How did they map out the ocean?
They
With
map
more
the
than
sky,
just
not
a
the
compass.
ocean.
One time.
Must just not fucking understand. Fucking hell.
Use a compass for that. If you want to make maps and stuff, just use a compass. We're just not doing that for this thought experiment.
Yeah. But you need to have that flat plane first, you know, the lines of longitude and latitude on the plane in order for you to refer to.
George, that's a nonsensical statement for this conversation.
No, it is very
Um,
sensible, yeah.
What's the thought experiment again? Can someone just quickly run it by me?
You go on a boat, yeah, you'll get your compass.
In the initial heading of west, right?
Yeah, you start your heading, and then you try to keep always that heading with no more compass.
Or you always keep the west heading, then you'll follow a line of latitude. But if
How
you
would
keep
you
an
do
initial
that?
heading and just travel on that initial heading, then you'll
Yeah, but how would-
reach the equator.
So how do you know
have no
your
more
heading
compass.
is without any way to
Yeah.
check your heading?
Well, you wouldn't know what your heading is. You'd need a compass, or some other similar.
Yeah,
device.
but this operation is no compass. How would you do it?
No
with
compass. How would you do that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm saying the sextant.
All right. Yeah. I thought you were like no devices whatsoever, just using eyesight. Like I wouldn't have a clue.
Right. Yeah, you're not allowed to have
They've
any.
got a plethora of ways that they could make it happen.
I mean, if you're not using any sort of instrumentation, I think it's very difficult. There's probably some bougie method using your knuckles to get elevation angles. I don't know, but yeah. Like time is a big one as well because you need to know the time. So if you don't even have a watch, like that could screw you up as well.
So, for example, if we just said, well, we can see on this ball, if we start here, we should leave from North America and eventually reach Antarctica, right? And from Antarctica,
if you head west from North
we keep
America,
going,
yeah.
we should follow and we should reach there. We
If
can
you're
plan
not-
our
if you're
journey,
not-
what we should see along the way, right? What we should see along the way.
Hold on. So if you're leaving west from North America, if you just take a direct west heading,
Any direction, it's a ball.
or any direction.
The ball, right? Any
Yeah, if
direction.
you follow your initial heading, you're going to end up pretty much doing just a great circle. If you follow your initial heading. If you're following lines of latitude, though, you're constantly adjusting your heading.
I want M-Stone to pay attention. M-Stone, you need to pay. This is a real Glober, like a level 3 Glober. Cunt.
Who?
M-Stone, the Texan.
Great, great. I'm glad you're learning something.
We have levels?
Wait, yeah, I didn't know. What rank am I? Holy crap, can I prestige?
For the record, we all think
I've
of y'all at about
looked
room
into this
temperature,
for a
right?
while, man. It's a ball. You can start at one point, you end up at this point. It's what has to happen, man.
Right.
I mean, maybe if you had an airplane that could hold enough fuel to never land, sure. But any other mode of transportation, you're gonna have to follow the path that you can. There's no roads that go straight through a continent. Can't sail over continents or under continents. And all planes need to land to refuel at some point.
I don't get why it's hard to wrap your head around. Go by land. If you have to, the road ends, you go off road.
Yeah.
You reach the fucking
Yeah,
water.
like
you go by boat.
I see
Yeah,
what
you
you're
only
saying.
have to
why
drive
it's
through a
the
few houses.
objections as to why we couldn't do these things. I mean, it should be the first
Yeah,
lot
and
to
like-
jump in with ideas of how
If
we
I
should
sound
do
like
this.
an idiot, alright, I sound like an idiot, but is it not? Can't we just say that, like, what we're looking at on this globe, we're going to pick a path, we're going to draw that first, and we're going to pick locations along that apparent globe that we make sure we go past, more or less. You know what I'm saying? As long as we plan on what we have to see for it to be a ball and still end up in the same spot, it's quite easy.
That's the picture that you sent. That's what they did.
So is this kind of what you're getting at? I'm going to send a photo into the main chat here, just so we're all clear. So this is setting off from 270, heading of 270, right? That which is like west from. This is Santa Cruz Island in California, right? I've just used this. So you see the line I've drawn there. The heading is 270, 0.05. I can't get it exact. I don't know how to edit headings to the exact on Google Earth, but
Yeah, correct.
that makes sense, right? So that
Square
is
is
the
the
heading.
same, yeah.
Like, where would you expect to end up taking that heading? Would you expect to cross the Pacific and reach China with that heading on a globe? Like, what would you predict would happen
I said this
if you just
before,
followed
I
that
said
initial
this-
heading, didn't adjust the
I
heading?
said this before. It's ball.
Yeah.
What has to happen? The ball.
There's two ways of navigating this route. though.
I'll give you 1 kilometer across, so each way, left and right. Now, draw that thick line around the fucking ball. Follow that path. Start back where you started, yeah?
Yep, right.
Have to end up there. Ball, right?
Yep.
Hard to
No,
get
the
your
map
head
that you presented is not for a ball. The map you presented is for a flat plane. Squares, line longitude and
But
latitude on a
stick
flat
on
plane.
the-
And
stick on
not
the
only that,
thought experiment for a bit.
he's trying to tell us that if you travel from the right to the left, you'll turn up on the right again.
I'm
You know,
trying to
Batman.
understand the thought experiment just so we're all clear on it. So that, like, I'm going to post another photo, right? That is
Yeah,
the
I'll have
that's
to
the
do a
zoomed out.
video showing the
So
fucking
that would be the
ball.
path that
I'll
heading
do it
takes.
then.
Get one of those balls and I'll show you what I'm.
Yeah, that's the path that heading up, and I can continue to follow that all the way around.
Here
and it
you're
should reach
offering
the spot.
another flat Earth model. Elevation angles from Polaris, starting with Polaris in the center and the elevation angle goes away from it. The same thing from the south. That's why these lines are curved. But the lines of longitude is a straight line to Polaris or to the southern.
You have to keep
Same
on
thing.
correcting your. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
You have to keep correcting to stay on that line, making a circle around Polaris to stay on that line. You have to keep correcting to the north
Yeah,
as
correct.
you go to the right. Right. So that's what I think that's what he's asking.
Yeah, as you go to the west, so if I say, it would take me a long time, but if I say took an increment of every 5 kilometers, I readjusted my heading to 270, I would follow a line of latitude.
Which is a circle around Polaris. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So, all right,
I mean,
okay,
you're gonna
so
find out pretty quick when you reach Antarctica, right? You're gonna find out pretty quick.
Right. So if you
you wouldn't reach
dead
Antarctica
reckon,
doing that though.
if you dead reckon and you don't correct, your heading to that 270 degrees, which is making a circle around, you'll eventually end up in Antarctica, whether it's a ball or a
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's a ball, but you'll end up in south. You'll be going south.
Yeah,
And
you'll end up south of the equator. You'll end up hitting the equator. As I posted a photo there in main chat, you can
Right,
see.
and then you continue going until
you'll
you
always,
hit Antarctica.
Yeah, on the bottom of that.
You might not necessarily always hit Antarctica.
Well, on the bottom of that ball, you've got Antarctica. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you wouldn't pass.
It's not off
you
to
wouldn't
the side.
pass Antarctica
it's
on
right covering
that
the bottom.
specific
It's
path.
apparently where the South Pole is.
You wouldn't
But
pass Antarctica on that specific path.
But are you
Yeah, the
gathering
path
and
that you showed. Yeah.
are you understanding that you have to redirect your heading, right, to make a circle? So that's
This
what
is
your
what I'm
straight
saying.
path is.
my point.
They're
That's what
making
I've
it sound
been
hard
saying.
because they're picking a path with a lot of ocean and saying, well, we'll get lost out in the ocean instead of saying, I'm going to start here
I'm
and
not
I'm
saying
going to
that.
follow that and I'm going to make
Their
sure
Antarctica is south of Brazil.
No, I'm not saying that. Like, you guys are arguing against somebody else there, because I'm sticking with the thought experiment of, oh, we can do this perfect. Like, it's a thought
your
experiment, right? This is the ideal scenario.
Antarctica.
So the ideal scenario is, let me finish my point. The ideal scenario is that you can just travel in a straight line. Thought experiment. Let's not like get pedantic with, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that.
Yeah, what you agree, right? That if it's all, that's all that will happen. Yeah. So what you're saying, like, oh, unless we use compass, we might get lost along the way. But if it is a ball and you're able to follow a straight path, what will happen is you end up in the same.
You'll come back to the same spot, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't
but
care if you're a couple
the
feet
point
off to the
is
left
that
or something.
the path to Antarctica is always through South America. Always. Goes through South America to Antarctic to the ice, and then they come back through South America.
So they never come
No
from
one
the
ever
other side, do
goes. No one ever goes from Australia, from Africa. No one.
It's only one way because that's as far as you can go. But if you try to come from the other side, well, that would never work because it's not a ball. You know what I mean? That's why if you went the only way they let you, but then you continued to go forward, realize that you ain't coming back to the.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I'm not familiar of anyone actually taking a straight shot route around.
Yeah, Kessler. No one has because they can't. Otherwise they would.
Well, I think it's more of a ability problem, as in like I don't know
That's an
what could do
excuse.
that. You could
It's
probably
an
get a
excuse.
plane that just didn't have to refuel or whatever.
Like a balloon, like a blimp.
Yeah, because they can obviously, like, we detach from the thought experiment there because we're getting practical with it, and we have to
Come
think more
on,
pragmatically.
even Admiral Byrd,
A balloon's not gonna-
when Admiral Byrd went to his expedition to the south, and he took a vast team, he reached the end of his investigation, whatever research he was doing, and he came back the same way. He didn't continue forward. He did exactly the same thing as everybody else. You know, this is how far we can go. There's nothing else to see. Let's go back. We've reached the end. That's it.
Well, I'm not really familiar with these. I'd be arguing from ignorance to comment on that.
All right, so the experiment was to see what your thought experiment was to see what I missed it, honestly.
You're trying to understand the thought experiment. I jumped in mid conversation, so I was just trying to catch up with everything.
Oh, okay.
But
But yeah,
it seems that everyone else has left now.
oh, okay. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, the only thing I'm picking up on is the realization that in order to stay on a certain degree of latitude, you travel in a circle, and that's the reality of it.
Yeah, to stay on like a latitude, adjust your heading every so many increments. The shorter the increment, the more accurate you'll stay along that latitude, and that would be a circle on both flat Earth and globe Earth, right?
Right. Yeah. So
that doesn't really prove anything. The same with going in a straight line. Like you could claim that
the globe was driven from the flat
was
Earth.
under the disillusion that it proves that 90% of the population was under the disillusion that proved the globe. So if anything, it proves that.
Right, sure, but I don't think that was the definitive thing. Like
it was whatever.
There's more than one reason.
It was whatever
why.
the Pope said. It was whatever the Pope dictated back then, and they accepted it.
It was a
So
thought
now
experiment back
you
then.
You can break it to you can break it to the other 90% of the your run of the day, never even heard of flat earthers. That's absolutely not proof of a globe.
You know what I reckon's even crazier? They probably had a plan B, or this. You know what I'm saying? They probably didn't even know if this would work. It just did. They stuck with it.
Yeah,
Probably had another
didn't.
plan if people didn't
They
fall
didn't
for it.
think that people. Yeah, you're probably right. They weren't like, dude, they're never gonna realize that they're just going in a
Yeah,
circle.
I mean, with half the shit they come out with.
Yeah, it's amazing how long right? It worked for I don't know, a couple hundred years, right? Like, oh shit, they still don't realize they're going in this circle. This is awesome. Yeah. And then you try to tell them, and watch how they flip out. No, I went around the globe.
Probably be arguing against known distances at that point, though, if you were to say that like it isn't a globe at that point. And arguing against known distances, especially like back then, it would have been possible, right? Back then, you could argue against known distances because who's going to know any wiser? Do you know what I mean? These guys go off on an expedition. You don't know if to tell the truth or not. But in the modern day, like we have the internet, we have communication with people in South Africa. We know what known distances are in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, we got known distances in the limited area that we exist in.
Yeah, you've got known distances on land, right? So then, like your fallback is, oh well, the oceans shrunk and compressed to make a globe. That would probably be your argument then, wouldn't it?
In the south.
Even when
like
you
in the
really
in the
look at
southern
it,
hemisphere. I mean, that's how they would
it.
exploit the known distances.
Like, you know how close like some of these countries are that you don't even realize sometimes.
Which countries?
Italy's right there next to Africa.
I mean, everyone knows that. I mean, Italy have a big problem with African migrants because they can just come over on boats so easily.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, what separates that?
What separates that is probably a knowledge of a map. Like, you're looking at Europe and being like, oh, Africa looks pretty close to Europe.
On the globe, it looks like a huge ocean separates the two.
Yeah, but it's not.
Africa and Europe.
That's what I'm saying.
It looks like a huge ocean that bulges and curves up in the middle, making it even bigger. Separates the two.
Separated by 10 miles.
Damn.
I don't know if that's the shortest point. I just done a quick ruler measurement. 10 miles from Spain to Africa.
Well, it's Friday, guys.
The Africa to Italy is 60 miles. No, sorry, 90 direction.
I got to work tomorrow, though. Volunteering at the Habitat for Humanity.
It's okay to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I got like 40 hours of community service I got to knock out, so I'm a good person. Yeah, person ask you. I am a good person.
Same. I did all that too. Packing food at the shelter, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I don't want to have to go to the shelter. I thought about going to like maybe the animal shelter or some shit, but I don't want to deal with all the trauma and piss and shit and all that. I just fuck all that, dude.
Did they let you choose? They give you like a choice?
Yeah, they told me I can apply for volunteer work at any nonprofit organization. So like I contemplated going to a church even. Like I'm just trying to find like the traumatic experience I can put myself.
Yeah. Place was good. It was just like a food shelter church place, but I mean they gave you like free stuff too. It's actually pretty.
Yeah, but then you got to look at all the people eating the food. That shit'll just gross you out quick, dude.
Yeah, I know.
It's like going to a hospital cafeteria, bro. Fuck all that.
Yeah, this was just like people line up, they grab them quick, and then they just they give them like a package to go home with, like based on their, you know. Yeah, that's what that was. Like a warehouse.
Yeah, so that's what I'll be doing. Trying to see if I can, I don't know, like somehow proposition somebody there to like sign off for my 40 hours, some shit.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to figure out a way to like proposition this without like getting in trouble. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how to do it. If anybody's got any advice, like I don't know, I'm all ears.
Dropping $100 bills, pick it up. Keep dropping $100, pick it up.
Yeah, I thought about that. Like, hey, can I make a donation, in lieu of the volunteer? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I got a proposition a certain way, so I don't get in trouble.
Well, I mean, $25 an hour is probably like what they're hiring somebody at, right? 40 hours, that's like $1,000.
No, $15 an hour is minimum wage over here, so I
Yeah,
doubt
minimum
it.
wage, but that's not who they want. They want the best of the best, right? So they're giving you at least 25, 30 an hour, right? So that's like at least $1,100.
Yeah, but I'm doing like remedial work. I'm not like actually building stuff. They got like I
Don't put
could be
yourself
building
down,
things.
man.
I do have a contractor's license. Like if I wanted to like actually do something, I could, but I'm looking for the
He doesn't
easiest
get
way
it,
out
does
here,
he?
bud.
Yeah.
You make a price of your work, not the other way around.
So you're gonna value yourself this low now, but then when you want to do a real job, you're gonna value yourself back up. I got you. I'm
Yeah,
only
right,
worth 15 right now, but later I'm worth 50.
You need to evaluate whatever you do, man. You are a professional in what you do. You need to put your price as such.
He's doing community service, right?
Yeah, I'm
But
just
Yeah.
trying to
I
do
guess
like
that's what.
like
I
push the
guess that was
broom,
a
you know?
joke.
Oh, yeah, I had to do it too. Mine was for like fines. They have a thing here when you get too many fines, you can do community service and pay it off instead.
Yeah, my attorney asked her that if I could just pay a fine, and the fucking bitch ass judge said no, dude. So now I'm like stuck dealing with these fucking this bullshit.
I don't know. I volunteered one time at an animal shelter. Put down like 50 cats that weekend.
Fuck, dude, that's what I
No,
don't
I'm
want to
kidding.
do, bro.
No, it's
Damn,
a
bro.
TV show.
Yeah, I love animals too much to be fucking dealing with that shit.
50 cats. You look in a Chinese restaurant, man.
Yeah, we laugh and then we order.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, we order a little bit. You guys, you guys cook your cats over here. Let me get a number 3 combo. Vegetable fried rice.
I remember this one time I went to this little breakfast diner that's owned by this old Asian couple, and I sat down, and it's just this tiny little hole in the wall fucking breakfast diner. They got fucking flies buzzing around everywhere, dude. And the first thing the lady says to me, like, "Oh, can I get you some ice water?" And I'm like, "Oh no, I don't need a fly swatter." And she's like, "No, not fly swatter, ice water." Oh, that shit was hilarious. Dude, the whole restaurant started
This is
erupting
organic,
in laughter,
man. It's
bro.
organic. It's organic, man. The bigger one will kill the smaller one. No worries.
Yeah, flies are gross though, man. Honestly, I mean, that's like I like the fall and the winter because it's like no fly season. You know, where I have season.
I hate flies, man.
Oh, they're fucking awful.
Flies and mosquitoes, man.
Oh, I like the mosquito more than the fly. The fly is just a disgusting creature.
It is, dude.
You guys know that flies.
But flies
flies
do serve a purpose for survival. Like if you get an infection, you can take the maggots and put them in the wound, and they'll surgically remove all of the fucking decay. So that's kind of interesting.
Bro, I've seen that, man. I've seen that, but that would make me like, yeah, I don't know if I could put my through that. I've seen it. They just, it's like you're just getting eaten alive by maggots, but it's helping you. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, but did you know that flies without wings, they are death?
That's how
This is an experiment. It's an
that's how the
experiment
black
they
guy
did,
stays
you
the
know?
gladiator with the maggots.
Yeah, if you remove one of the wings of the fly will still try to fly. If you remove both of them, yeah, it won't try to fly anymore. So it's death.
What?
Black girls keep the flies off the chicken at the picnic.
I don't know.
They just take their panties off.
Damn.
Get that, M Stone?
Stone's World.
His brain scrambled, bro.
Fell asleep.
Warm out.
We do.
I was going to ask how many stones is in a stone.
That's funny. Did you know Einstein's name translates to short stone in German, which is which means a village idiot. Essentially, that's what it translates to. It's a derogatory term.
That's what he looks like, eh?
Einstein, yeah, one stone.
Yeah. Yep. He's a fucking numbnut.
Call him a far from
Yeah, you
genius,
guys
man.
are really smart, right?
He's an actor.
There's the man himself.
That's how you measure it in stone.
Tell me how smart
Einstein stole most of his works
Come on,
from Andre
one at a
Poincaré.
time.
Yeah.
Let him speak. Come on. We ask you for him to speak. Let him speak.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Stone.
Every time he talks, he ruins it for himself, though.
That's
Yeah,
why.
it's like, do I have him so low that I can't hear him now? Is he talking?
He muttered some bullshit.
Hmm.
He said we're really smart or something, and I don't know.
He lifted his head up from his drunken stupor.
Fucking douchebag, that guy.
Drowning his sorrows right now.
I think he's still Googling vacuums in nature.
Yeah, like witty banter and a little bit of shit talk that's all good, man. Whatever, but whatever he was doing, fuck yourself. They're so stupid. Stupid.
Come on, Stone. I
Spot on,
cleared the
man.
ways for you, man. What happened?
Stop being a sissy, Stone. We don't bite.
We're like flies with no wings. Stupid banter. Nice fuck. I hope he didn't.
Ladies
overdose
and
on something.
gentlemen, please welcome the esteemed, the illustrious M. Stone.
And the crowd goes wild.
Hooray! A big cheers to you, man. Welcome to Fat Earth. Snacks in the back. Light them if you have them.
Taking my lunch break right now. I got all day, Stone.
Thanks, guys. I introduce y'all. Here's the small fact in a Discord, guys, that think they've figured it all out for you guys. We've been lied to worldwide level, and only they have figured it out. Amazing. Really smart.
Yeah, you could probably cut it down a little bit, I'd say. A little lengthy. Got to keep the intro short and tight.
Stone, questions for you.
Got to hit the post, bro. What do you know about hitting the post?
Does a sphere have curvature? Hello?
What's up, big man?
Does a sphere have curvature? Horizontal drop?
I didn't hear you. What are you talking about?
Really? Does a sphere have horizontal drop?
There's a sphere and something.
You mean something? Horizontal drop. Does it have a curve? I think it's a simple answer. Yes, a sphere must have a curve. Can you point us to the curve of the sphere that we're talking about?
I think this poor guy might be Down syndrome.
Why do you want me to do this? What's the point of this?
Because you believe you live on a sphere, don't you?
No, I know we live on a sphere.
So a sphere needs to have curvature, no? Can you point us to this curvature?
Don't. I'm here because I got doubts. I'm waiting for a Glober to come and convince me to come back.
Come back.
Alright, man. Save me from these.
I think it's a simple question, man.
Oh, I think you're much more fun staying ignorant.
I'm not in.
So what is it again?
Knowledge.
At the best spot. At the best spot.
The curve.
I told you guys, this poor guy might be Down syndrome.
That was easy.
Sphere with no curvature. That's fine.
Curve means level, George.
Yeah, I understand gravity.
I admit it, I was smoking dope all throughout high school.
The only way
I was
to
still paying
understand this
attention,
nonsense.
man.
Yeah.
I was
So
still
that-
paying attention.
Oh, you're blaming weed for your stupidity? Is that?
Yeah, it didn't make me dumb. I was just elevated, so I mean, I was still paying attention.
You were elevated?
Yeah. Alright, man.
What about
I was
Shakespeare?
actually more. Yeah, I was actually. I wasn't stuck.
But yeah, to understand this nonsense, you need to be in a different spiritual level.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I just basically applied the same thinking throughout my life and that, and I just can't buy that bullshit, man. You know, when someone just tells you blah 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 blah, and then all of a sudden you have people just telling you have to believe it, or you're stupid. Like, oh man.
Yeah, because it's not quite like that, is it? Let's be honest. The teacher asks a question. Some people will know the answer, some people won't know the answer. So those who will know the answer, they will emphasize the answer to those who don't know the answer. So now we are all clear that we all know the answer, yeah? When we ask this question, what's the answer? There you go. Good boys. Now you know what to say. What's that? Indoctrination. But if you don't tick those boxes, you know, you won't have the diploma in the end. If that means so much to you, you need to tick those boxes, though. You need to accept Narnia as being your reality. That's why they're confused.
About when they point out stuff like that movie, I never watched it. I think it's called Gravity, but it looks more real than shit that NASA shows you.
Oh yeah.
I find that pretty funny.
I mean, NASA always been the edge in cinematography. They always projected from a projector. So you film from a projected image, so you lose quality. Even the moon landing, things they projected, and the TV stations were recording from the projector. So it's with the purpose of losing quality. Everything is intentional. They went with the knowledge of back then, and everyone knew that was a sphere. So they confirmed, yeah, there you go, sphere. Everyone happy now. They won the space race, but they pushed mankind backwards at least 100 years.
And even though some of the Globers are dumb, at least they're in the conversation. Some of them. And you just meet so many people in everyday life. You just ask them, mention flat Earth, and you've got these people that never even looked into it, and they like just start mocking it and trying to make fun of it. Yeah.
A baller with no balls.
Yeah. This is a spherical burial. The whole MC.
Well, you just need to ask, how do you have an elevation angle from a curved surface? You need much. Because that is what gives the flatness to the realm that we live in. Yep. Surface of the water. That's where the flatness comes around. Hey, Stone, are you there?
Why?
What if I told you that the Earth is not?
Okay. Great. Again, I'm really not here to convince anyone of anything.
Hold on. The Earth is what contains the oceans within. It can't be flat.
You say so, Hoss.
It's the surface of the water that gives us the flatness, yeah? And everything above water, yeah, it's elevation. We live on the land, above water. I think it's easy to understand.
Extremely.
So what do you think, Stone? You think that these continents are floating around? They used to all be one big place, and they're all now breaking up.
Yes, I believe in plate tectonics.
Yeah.
So there is no land underneath the ocean.
There's no land underneath the ocean.
Yeah, well, what's connecting the continent?
Yeah, they're floating, so there's no land under there. That's what he said.
Do you understand plate tectonics at all?
You understand floating at all?
Pardon? Floating?
Floating on the wall.
Are you floating?
Yeah. So when I said the continents you believe are floating, you said yes. I believe they're floating. Duh. You heard plate tectonics?
I didn't say. I didn't say that.
Duh. Cool. So you think they're floating continents? I hear you. Are they more dense or less dense than the water they're floating in? Huh? Yeah, I mean you can see on the globe, right? You can see on the map, continents fit together like a puzzle. They obviously broke apart. Probably like I think I would imagine like a dinosaur that has like little feet and maybe like a triceratops girl or something like, and it would all just split apart and you know, the great shakes, something, the earth shake. And you fall down like a hill into the level water, like in the sharp tooth is there.
I think it was a meteorite.
Yeah.
It smashed, broke into pieces, you know, in different continents.
Yeah. Well,
Why not?
I mean,
If you're gonna start bullshit.
yeah. Well, I mean, I guess then they don't have to be floating. So you think like the ocean used to be one big piece of land, a meteor hit the middle, and those puzzle pieces are somewhere else. I got you. You don't subscribe. You don't subscribe to M. Stone's floating continents.
Mr. Stone, that was for you. Continents floating or not?
M. Stone, are you strong? Like like your mind is your mind sharp compared to people outside of this Discord? And then you come in here and it's not so sharp, but then you go back out there and it's sharp.
We're not worthy of anything. Either just watch us and whatever. We're not worthy of a response.
He's got his mic. This is the code. You turn your mic off and we don't talk to you. You put it's got a little line right through it.
He does respond. He'll tell you how much smarter he is than you because of physics, maths, and then he'll go on to tell you he's nothing but a journalist, photographer.
Yeah,
I have
freaking
any experience in physics.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, I knew I missed something. So he says he's a journalist and a photographer. All right.
yeah, so he specializes in images and misinformation.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I thought the reporters were like I thought Tucker Carlson was the journalist.
He wanted to be a journalist, but he didn't failed apparently. Passed the grade or something.
The guys on TV, those are the journalists, right? Important people.
No, M. Stone failed his courses.
Oh, M. Stone failed. Well, everybody's good at something. You'll find it.
Maybe he thinks he's doing journalism now. Maybe he's doing a story on us or something. I don't know. He did say he was recording it.
Ah, true. Would you give us cooler names, or would you keep our names? It'd be like, I wonder if you would do like, and then John said to Harry, or would he be the upside down Australian said to no tanks? I don't know. I was formerly known as No Thanks, but I wanted to make people sound silly. I wanted to make them sound silly. I said, No Tanks. Now it's No Tanks. But then I also seem like maybe I'm on a deeper level, like against the war, whatever war. No Tanks.
Deep.
Yeah.
Now I actually.
Yeah.
M. Stone, if you do change my name, make it Oblation Cremation.
You can give us women's, names, I guess, female names. So it seems like you talk to girls, and people are like, oh shit, he does talk to girls. We knew he could do it. Everybody's good at something. quakers and queers.
You a ladies' man? But
Hell yeah.
yeah.
All the girls in the strip
Let's
club
see a
love me.
picture of you.
Fuck with the Glober bitches. That's
So, entire female population.
man. Flat Earth girls out there.
And my wife's a flat earther, but my girlfriend's not. She also doesn't know about my wife. Keep her in the dark about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I keep mine locked away too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, you gotta put them in.
I made my children out of Play-Doh. Been with a woman before.
I lock mine deep in a hole where the gravity is stronger. So the deeper the hole I put them in, they can barely stand up. So much gravity. And, that's what we should really be asking them. The real important question is like, why does Play-Doh smell good but taste bad? Like we got to get to the bottom of these journalistic talking points. Like when us, the flat earthers say trust your senses. Well, I fucking trusted my senses, and my other senses told me it didn't taste good. What's going on? Oh, good. Easy between your fingers. Smell it. Looks pretty. You ever put it in one of those, those things where you make the hair come out of the Play-Doh doll's head? It looks good. So it looks good, smells good, feels good. Taste, not so much.
They got like little fruit molds, food molds, everything. You can make ice creams out.
Oh yeah. I stepped up from that. I'm trying a different route. They now have this kinetic sand that also makes ice cream. Yeah.
Good
a whole
mistake
different.
for sherbet.
Yeah, it's a whole different category. Really opens the mind. I mean, really, at a certain point in life, it's like you just need to try new food because there's nothing left to discover. I mean, get to a certain age, you just start eating babies. Fuck it. Yeah, that's my theory on why they have to be older than they're telling us because that's how it evolves. I mean, you get to a certain point, you start. Let me try some fucking Indian food. Let me try some Jamaican food. I want to get more monkey brains. Let's try some fucking monkey brains. Dude, I'm really old. Let's eat some children. Just eat children. And they're older than they're telling you. Yeah, something maybe.
You guys done derping?
What?
Are you done unloading all your thoughts?
Me talky words all done?
All of you big brain guys, are you?
Big brain all done yet? No, I mean it's a daily thing. You try to explore, go a little bit. You can't go all the way on day one. And see where the next thing leads you, and then gather evidence on that, and see how far that can take you, and go to get more evidence on that. So what did happen? Why did you fizzle out so hard? Bipolar? Leaving that? Chemical imbalance? Yeah, so like when I don't play video games really anymore, but when I used to play video games, I'd always pick the character who had like the highest endurance, right? I would like endure, like keep going and going and going. You don't seem to have that, Stone. You're like that character that you get that's like all jacked up with like axes and shit like that, right? And you swing them real hard for like a minute, and then dude, where's somebody with the bow and arrows? Please shoot from far away and help me.
That stamina bar just goes down hell and I get mad to do the damage, but then
yeah. That's why I like Spider-Man. It's like he's got the endurance, but somehow he's secretly strong, and then Wolverine too. Endurance characters.
How long he was before I came, but came here. I didn't say he was just guys are all stupid and blah blah blah, but then went quiet, man.
Yeah, so it was probably about maybe noon o'clock. It was probably around noon where he just tiptoed in the room. It was just me and somebody else, and I just kind of poked at him and prodded at him just for a second to see what he was about. And I said, yeah, fucking Texas is pretty flat or something. And he's like, no, it's fucking hills and shit, man. Fucking hill country. Like right away, just to see what he say.
I mean, he thinks there's no flat ground on Earth or something. Like there's no place that's actually flat. It's just all curved.
Like I would laugh too if you really believed that flat earthers saw things in like 2D, like an old video. Is that what you think they think? Like you break break their mind by telling, but dude, think about this fucking mountains, bro. Like geez, here I am to save you again. But yeah, he came in there and he stayed quiet for a bit, right? Tried to get him to say something, and then I don't know, maybe an hour and a half he went in, and he didn't say anything good though. That's the thing. He didn't say anything good. Like, haven't you seen pictures? Shit like that. Everybody knows it, because everybody's lying. I don't know. I mean, is everybody lying, or has everybody been lied to? I mean.
Yeah, a lot of people have been lied to, man. Even parents are responsible sometimes, Like I always hear that saying, practice makes perfect. Not true. Not true, man. It's a perfect practice makes perfect. Because if you're practicing something the wrong way, no matter how many times you do it the wrong way, when it comes down to doing it right, you're not going to be able to perform. You have to understand what it is you're doing, man, in order to make perfection. Just
Yeah.
insinuating you
So
know
you
something.
practice perfectly every time?
No, that's not what I'm
That's
saying.
amazing, boy.
It's the strive, bro. It's the strive to be able to practice something, right? Within a practical, meaningful way. Whether you're pitching a baseball or trying to understand how or trying to understand how the nature of reality works. It's called there's another word for it, hubrism. You ever heard of that? Hubrism?
No,
Never
that's not what hubris is.
What is hubris? Tell us. I'll tell you.
Instead
I'll
of saying
tell
that,
you.
say no. Hubrism is this. Like, this. No, it's not.
Hubrism is never looking for the answers to the answers you think you already have. This is what academia's failed at. This is why I asked you precisely, Stone, can you define what supersedes which, an explanation or description? Because currently all science has
Oh
is
my
conceptual.
God, dude! No, dude, you're
Do I
an
need to mute
idiot.
you?
You think that you can argue your way out of 2,000 years of science? 2,000 years of science, man. While you're fucking on a goddamn device that's pretty much.
He said it. I said he would say it. Oh, I should get money. I literally said he would say it. I was like, he's going to say, oh, but you're on the internet now.
Yeah, M. Stone, why don't you explain something to us, please? I'd like to hear an explanation upon something.
You're stupid because you're
Is that an
uneducated.
explanation?
You're not very bright because you're not very bright. Because your
Did you
parents
concede
weren't
that
very
he beat
bright.
you in the argument? Did you say, well, just because you beat me in the argument and embarrassed? Is that what you said?
There's
Doesn't
no
mean you're right.
argument, man. There's literally no argument. There's people that accept reality, and then there's people like you, idiots, who are like, hey,
That's the
understand.
epitome of indoctrination, accepting
the epitome
accepting
of
the reality.
indoctrination.
Accepting the reality that
dude.
you've been given. That's what you've done. You've accepted the story without actually critically thinking about it. You're indoctrinated, kid.
You also don't sound like you can even pick up your axe right now. Like you don't. Are you seriously leaned over with your axe, like on the? Are you dragging it? Like you don't even
What?
sound like
What are
you're
you
standing up
talking
straight.
about?
Are you standing up straight and speaking right now?
Am I standing up straight?
Yeah,
No,
are
I'm
you
sitting
bracing
down.
yourself on like a counter or a chair or a table?
Am I doing what?
Are you bracing the weight of your body?
Look, bro,
Using maybe a
you're
wall
trying to
or a
say something
countertop?
about my body. I'm pretty sure I'm in better shape than you.
So you're upright then.
Seems like you make a lot of false assumptions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
What do
he
you
actually
do?
made it
You want to go
think you're in
live?
better shape than me?
You want to go live? I'll go live. You go live. Let's see who looks better with their shirt off. How about that?
Okay. No, that's not.
All right,
Take
let's do
your
it.
shirt off. That's kind of gay. That
All right.
have anything.
I'll be the
How about
judge.
we
I'm
measure our
impartial.
biceps? Let's measure our biceps and see who's got the bigger arms. How about that? I want to see your dicks. What do you want to do, M. Stone?
Time.
What do I want to do with what?
We'll see who's got the bigger man dick.
Who's got
How
the
much do you
bigger
bet,
man
then,
dick? Dude, I'm not doing anything gay with you. Fucking fag.
Guy, man.
How much can you bench
Not
press?
gay, fine. Suck it.
You smart Clover. So smart.
I mean, how many 180-pound reps can you do?
Yeah, I don't bench press.
On an
much
incline.
anymore.
Oh no. Huh. I mean, what do you think? What do you think affects people quicker? Drugs or alcohol? What has a quicker effect?
Alcohol is
instant.
drug.
Being a Glober, it's
Right.
the
What,
epitome of indoctrination. I was right.
so what has more? You think? So what has more of an instant impact? Would it, drugs or alcohol?
Alcohol is a drug.
Right. So all right, but then we separate them because we're human beings. We know what we're talking about: drugs or alcohol.
It really
No,
depends
we
on
don't
what the killer
separate
is.
them. What are you talking about?
Trying to figure out what you did and if you need help. Right? Did you do drugs or alcohol?
Figure out what I did if I need help. Talk about.
Okay.
It's it.
Are you okay, man?
When was the last time you touched drugs or alcohol?
Are you speaking with me? Are you asking me that question? Why?
Yeah.
What
And
is
it's not
wrong
a
with
problem
you?
if you touch it. I mean, as long as you have it under control. I mean, you can.
Why
Why are
you
you
so
asking
messed up,
questions
man?
like that? That's fucking weird, dude. What the fuck?
Well, that's one of the
Emotional
qualities of
response.
human beings. They can have empathy. No other creature has empathy. So I can care about you even though I don't know you and have never met you and never will.
That has nothing to do with asking me fucking weird
Well,
questions like
that's actually
that,
not
man.
true, man. That's been proven wrong. There's animals in the wild that would normally eat one another that have been shown to actually rescue each other in certain situations. Like there's a hippopotamus and a tortoise that have been traveling around together for I think almost over a decade now, and they protect each other. I mean, there's so much. Animals are amazing, dude.
Yeah, they make the argument often because I try that they're doing that for survival of the future for themselves. That's the argument that they make.
Animals don't get enough credit, man.
That's why I can't eat them, man.
Yeah, I shouldn't either, dude. Unfortunately, I do, but I feel
it's
you, man.
alright,
I definitely feel you.
Not easy.
I did it for a like maybe a month or two. It was like a little. I did a little over a month. So I wanted to fast for a month off from all meat and stuff, and I went a little bit longer. But,
You don't eat animals, but you got a name like Sausage Fest. That's fucking funny.
Nah, I just changed it then just to fucking be funny, man. 'Cause
Oh,
there's gay
okay.
talk going on. Sausage fest, you know.
And 24/7 does ladies' night. Maybe that's why I got banned from there.
Uh-oh. We got Puppy in the room. What's up, Puppy? I want to hear Puppy debate M Stone. I think that would be awesome.
I don't see no Puppy.
Well, it's Anti-Tapper. He changed his name, but that's Puppy Lover. He's scared to talk.
Anti-taper. There's a bunch of anti-flat earthers.
Then he's just taper.
Come on, Puppy. I know you want to say something.
Puppy love. Hey, Emster, did you know how they discovered Pluto?
You expect them to know something like that, dude? Come on.
I guess not.
This guy doesn't even know his own model, bro.
I believe they thought it was a moon first.
We're talking about the Disney character Hemstone. What are you talking about?
Actually, the planet and the dog were created like the same month of the same year.
Fun fact, eh?
Yeah. And of course, everyone's seen the picture of Pluto with Pluto's caricature in the craters.
They would all have to be in on it lying to us. That's not true.
Oh, true. That's right. I didn't even think of that.
Yep. Boom, didn't pass the test.
Has anybody seen the movie Stand By Me? And they're like all sitting around the campfire. And, like, I think they.
The one where they're going to try to find that dead body?
Yeah, Ray Brower. Yep.
I like that movie. You're not going to ruin it, right?
No, it's not. It's not going to ruin it. But they were discussing something around the campfire, and they brought up Pluto, whether he was a dog or not, and I forgot why, but some interesting points to that. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, how
Whether he was a dog.
That was great. Thank you for bringing that up.
I'm just trying to help you out, bud.
Pluto, yeah, I mean, it's a common name. Wasn't that the name of like Popeye's enemy too? Might be wrong. I can't remember what his enemy was.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? I don't know.
It may pronounce with a B.
Oh, was it?
Maybe it was. Oh. Popeye's enemy. Bluto, B-L-U-T-O.
Close enough.
Yeah, you got Popeye with two P's. Take away the one P. Put it together, it's a B. You know, if you take two P's upside down, you know, one of them upside down is a B. Right? Lay them on top of each other. Obviously, I mean, that's pretty obvious.
Part of the Illuminati.
Dang, you need to invite to the synchronicity room, dude.
Yeah. Hit me up.
Yeah, that's all these guys do is just flip fucking words and letters around. It's fucking funny. They get into like etymology and shit. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's I was. There are people who are cool, but then it is far-fetched and it's super tinfoil hat sounding. Not that it's wrong. Not that it's wrong, man. I'm just saying. If I go in to talk to like I don't know, a client or somebody, it's like, oh well, did you ever realize that if you take this and flip this, all right, dude, out of here. Gotta insert that into regular convo. Sometimes I will say to high-profile clients, I'll say shit like, man, it's so funny. I talk to people from all over the world. I'm upside down while I'm talking to them. It's just amazing technology. Like, no, you're not upside down. No. Yeah, I know we're upside down.
All right, I got a question, Stone. How do you separate the north from the south magnetic fields?
He's level 1. He can't. He's level 1.
Puppy, how about you? Yeah, everyone's scared to answer the question. I can repeat it if you want. How do you separate the north from the south-facing magnetic field?
I personally have no idea.
How many times do you have to cut a magnet in order to separate those two?
I think just once, right?
Well, nope. If you cut it once, you're just left with two magnets. that has their own individual north and south facing poles. You cut it 1 trillion times, still same thing. Why is that? Why do you think that is? It's called pressure mediation.
Something new every day. I don't know. It's weird how Globers are literally petrified to say, "I'm not sure."
Oh.
Right. Even
Well,
when they
you know,
got Google.
I think it started with the radius. It, you know, they don't know, and it's the other thing. They don't know why always. They're like, I don't know why they're so convinced, and you know, they hit me with like facts at the same time. But I better just not give it anything. Because
I really think Globers come here at this point just to learn.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like M Stone even. I think he's like half flat Earth. He said that the Earth is twice as big. So he said that's. He said,
Oh shit! Did he really say that?
He said, "Well, we just don't realize that it's twice as big."
No, I didn't.
Twice as
What's
big as they
the
tell us,
radius
it's
of
all
Earth, M
cool.
Stone? What's Earth's radius? Yeah, that's what I thought,
Answer
bro.
in 5 seconds. You don't know.
That's what I thought. Go ahead and Google it and tell me. How about that, M Stone? Go ahead and Google it and then get back to me.
Listen, it's okay to Google stuff. Like, dude, you could tell me the rate. I mean, you could tell. You're not going to remember every piece of information. There's, you know, that's why there's, you know, there's these little songs and shit to remember. You know, it doesn't mean you're stupid for not remembering a 4-digit number with a decimal point.
Nah, he's pretty stupid, bro.
Yeah, but it's not like now you're stupid because you can't remember it.
No answer, M Stone? You want me to tell you, since you're here for an education rather than to try to enlighten us on anything? Come on, man. Drop some facts. Drop some truth bombs, bro.
I heard bombs are fake. Is that true?
Nuclear ones are.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't get it twisted.
Yeah, I remember Hoymar told me once that only nuclear weapons can make mushroom-shaped clouds. I thought that was quite funny. It's literally
you didn't know what a
explosion
mushroom
ever.
was? It's just a nuclear cloud, bro. That's what mushrooms are.
Yeah. But shit, dude, like, if you blow up M80 in a thing of kitty litter, it's gonna make a mushroom-shaped cloud. Whether, you know, every explosion does the exact same mushroom shape.
Why is that? I wonder.
Uh,
Isn't there like
I mean,
isn't there like a certain rate that air should stay within, or should it just go out from in all directions equally?
Well, in a nuclear explosion, it all the air accelerates outward from the explosion and then quickly sucks itself back in, supposedly, to create the mushroom effect.
that might happen with almost every single type. I mean, to be able to see the mushroom shape, you just have to like film it quickly. But
You know what it really is it's an extrapolation of a toroidal force vector. So if you look at my hand, my avatar, that's literally what it is.
Yeah, so there's a certain speed or induction rate then that you can't exceed, because if not, it gets trapped in that toroidal field, right? Yeah. You have to slowly exit into outer space, slowly.
Well, space is created from a magnetic field. That's how we have space to begin.
And if you try to run through, the ceiling, you'll get bounced back. But if you slowly,
That's something a glober will never tell you, dude. Space is literally a centrifugal divergent magnetic field, and this is the truth, my friend.
You like that? You like that Wheeler guy?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Hank Wheeler. Learned so much from watching that guy.
Yeah, I can respect him more. Well, hey, he legit invented things. Like I don't even think he gets credit for it. Like, but you can track on his you can track on like I don't know search results on the internet. The time frame of when all other mainstreams started saying, yeah, you can grow your plants faster this way. They line up right with his invention of South Pole facing plants, right? So then it was just nobody.
Yeah,
Nobody knew
well,
what the hell they
he
were
got
talking
that about. From Rawls and Davis, who were two fairly esteemed scientists that wrote a total of 5 books together, 2 of which are heavily suppressed. But yeah, they did a lot of studying on the effects of a magnetic field and biological entropy.
Yeah, but it was you who had it was you, right, who had said about description versus right? Was that you?
Yeah, the description versus an explanation.
Right. So he's offering they had a lot of descriptions previous, and he really went deep with the explanation, which made it,
That's all science has. Like literally, that's all they have at the fundamental core is nothing but abstract conceptions based on mathematical descriptions, and that's why scientists today are literally nothing more than mathematicians seeking to quantize everything into discrete particle interactions rather than fields, which no scientist has ever really explained what a field is.
And I can kind of respect him more for not worrying about the shape of the Earth,
Well, he doesn't really want to get into that, I think, too much because I mean, it's only my opinion, but I feel that he doesn't want to tarnish his character with the arguments when he's already under such scrutiny for the perceivably, niche things that he's providing as it is.
Yeah, because he's like I think he's on the borderline of being the first creator of a perpetual machine. That's what I would say.
Yeah. I mean, he refuted it for at least 5 years that I know of until recently, and he openly came out saying that free energy devices are real. However, 99% of what you see on the internet is not a perpetual or a free energy device because it requires an input. But he's got like 4 of these devices, prototypes that he's created that supposedly require no input, yet put off a small amount of voltage with no moving parts. So I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah. Well, what he's talking about harnessing are things that would create things that what he's using is different than what has been used, and that's where I think that he would be able to get there. He's using field.
Right. He's utilizing the natural fields, and that's why he said that depending on the alignment of the moon and its lunar cycle, has been shown to dramatically increase the amount of voltage output from this particular device.
Unreal.
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it was funny. I had this. It was the stupidest thing, right? But I had found something that he put out by not originally, but just again by accident, right? So I have these, it's spring, right? So these birds are fucking making nests, and they made it on one of my something, on my house, right? So I moved their nest, right? I moved it into a tree nearby, and then the day goes by, and they laid the fucking eggs. Put it on a ladder on my house. Laid them back on the eggs on the ladder. I'm like, dude, it's fucking 5 feet. How do these birds not know? Like, I thought they could smell you or something, right? And then I started looking with a friend of mine. Like, I don't know. I think they navigate. You can't touch it. They say don't. Anyway, so I look up how do birds navigate, and he comes up like the number one
Ken Wheeler.
result.
Ken Wheeler
Yeah.
was the first people to talk about that, and actually the only person I've heard since. And directly.
Yeah, but again, I mean, they've known, like, that the magnet, they known it, right? They put birds, and they said, okay, it's happening, but why it was happening, what you got into.
Right. They must have some sort of a organ, something. I don't know exactly what it would be. Maybe like within their
Yeah, you
that?
can look it up. He measured the chromatic cells in their eyes, and then was able to mimic that and put it to how you would see it through a magnet, and it creates red waves and blue waves. And red is always south facing, and blue is always north facing, and everything in between would turn different colors, so the bird would be able to then navigate south, knowing that south because it's red.
Right. Yeah, he talks about gravitational time dilation, red versus blue shift within a magnetic field, and explains it much differently than what mainstream does, and actually shows real life examples using a supercell or a magnetic ferrocell to give you, the rendering of the red versus blue phase shifting. He's the only person ever to do that. I've posted it in here a few times, but yeah, he basically talks about essentially when it's red shifted, it's facing away. The light is going away from the perceiver versus blue shift where the light is going towards the perceiver. That's the best way I could summarize it in the most simplistic way.
Right. And it does, and you can do it right there in a with an experiment. It doesn't need to invent a different set of physics. Make it, just watch it happen.
Right. He just uses logic and and explains it. I mean, divinity is simplicity.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of say that in a different way. Like when it comes to the globe, I'm like, listen, God would not make it this hard to figure out. It is what it looks like it is.
That's what man does. Man overcomplicates. Mother Nature is quite simplex, man.
Oh yeah, if you want to say nature. I mean, that's right. Nature doesn't make up these lies. Nature's showing you what's going on.
Our world works a certain way, the way it was designed. Give humans enough time and they'll figure it out properly. That's why they have to pick up the lies and
Yeah. And that's funny. I have like a couple vegan hippie purify their own water friends. They won't even entertain the idea. No. And I feel like they would be most appealing to them. I say, you love nature. You believe You believe that Mother Earth provides in this way, but
there's some like vegans out there where they don't do it for the animals, they just do it for the environment apparently. I don't know. Like there's vegans that say not for the animals. Yeah. But yeah, no, I know like like anti-jab and that shit that they won't even they laugh at brush it off. Oh, flat
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah,
They're
that's what
doing
I'm
it right
saying, yeah.
now. I'm on a Facebook group. It's like jabbed people. See 'em, there's like 40 of them all trying to swarm me. Like, and they're all saying that I'm abusing them and I'm harassing them, but they're all harassing me. Doing that because like saying that I'm trying to force them to believe in flat Earth, and I'm not. All I've just put up is one post, Eric Debay video. Triggers them, and they all jump on it. Then I respond to them, and they start going, "Oh, you're harassing us. No one has to believe in what you believe." I'm like, dude, if you care about it, just move on. Yeah,
Right,
it's just it's amazing.
Yeah, I wish I could relate to it, but I just didn't react that way. I wanted to know more. I didn't want to get it away from me. Yes, I can't really relate to why are they acting this way. Listen, I get the part where it's like disorienting. You're like, oh fuck, right? I get that part. I can even understand the part where it's like, listen, I just don't want to fucking know. I'm happy like this. It's fine. I'll be all right. You can get that part too, but then to come back, you know. So I mean, I can respect that Wheeler for just saying, listen, dude, I don't want to know anything else. I'm cool. I'm cool. I don't like to put it on Facebook much because it's public.
I know.
Not that you shouldn't.
Ah, no, I could care less. I mean, I just got a different approach, I guess.
I have different things holding me back from doing it.
Like, I don't think I know everything. I don't, 100%. I just get not triggered, but I got a problem with fake truth. Like they're on here and they just virtue sick fucks, man. Put up these posts about the government. Then they'll just contradict themselves. Like they got all these things about anti-government, anti-thing, and then they say that they'll vote. Like
Yeah,
crazy
go
shit like that.
Yeah.
And then,
Well,
yeah.
I will vote because I'm going to keep voting because when you stop voting, then they'll start looking at you. Keep voting. Yeah.
I mean, like here, I mean, you can just tick the box. You don't have to. But what they're doing on here, they're actually like they're pushing for who to vote for, and they're telling people who you should vote for. And it's like you can't change the government. Man, come on, like the whole system is corrupt. It's always going to be corrupt. And these people are so the term they use is like awake, same as woke. Yeah, they call themselves awake here. Like I guess they're awake. But then you talk about flat Earth to them, part of it. So I'm like, I just can't help it, man. I call them out and stuff. I basically, if they post, I'll just post on it like you don't know about.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a friend of mine on Facebook. He's always putting the, look, this is how they're fucking you. This is how they're getting you. He put something up. He said, it's one of the memes. Society has become so fake that the truth actually bothers people. So I wrote to him. I wrote to him. The Earth is flat. And I got about 12 laughing emojis. And then I changed it and said, all right, you've been told. Oh. How's that?
Yeah. But it is true. It's like it offends people now, you know.
The world's become so fake that the truth actually bothers people. Yeah. And I say the truth is the Earth is flat. He says, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay.
Oh, so like he's the one that stands with that position. And then you tell him something, and he's laughing at it. Yeah.
And then he got triggered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I like to try and understand them too because some of them they are like conscious to a certain degree of certain certain realities of the world, but then face them with this, and then yeah, you get that fucking reaction, and like, wow, I
Right?
didn't
Yeah. Like
expect that, man. I thought maybe you might ask a few questions, like, oh, well, tell me more about it. This instant, it's like robotic, you know.
yeah.
They change, like they completely change from the person you have a conversation to oh, flat Earth. Oh, come on.
Yeah. No, I'm sitting there
Some of
talking
them,
to her about this is a different person. They're talking. Yeah, she's like, yeah, chemtrails. Yeah, they're killing stuff's killing the fucking bees. Yeah, fucking don't they're poisoning our water. I'm like, yeah. Earth is flat. Fuck out of here. Don't want to hear it. It's like crazy. You've been brainwashed. That's what you don't understand. The internet is feeding you brain. You're being brainwashed. So, okay, all right. The internet's feeding me flat Earth. I got you. hmm Yeah, those are the vegans. That's what I'm saying. I don't. Those are the ones I don't know how to. I don't know where what's going on. I can't personally relate to that one.
no, they're hypocrites too. I mean, one person replied, and they were like, I mean, dude, I'm a conspiracy, and I know about all this stuff, but flat Earth, that one's been clearly debunked. Like, what? It does that? I'm a conspiracy theorist, but flat Earth, that's definitely been debunked. I mean, even calling flat Earth a conspiracy theory, you're an idiot there. Not, depends how you want to talk about it, but it's just it's not
For naming your own
yeah.
truths a conspiracy theory is fucking stupid. You see,
Yeah.
listen, I'm all about the truth, but that would be a different.
Yeah, so I'm starting to try and get an understanding of it. Like, there's different types of people. So there is conspiracy theorists. Those ones are like love to talk and share memes, that sort of. Nothing wrong with memes, but actual truth, they don't care about that. They just care about if it's got enough mystery to it. Okay? Um,
Yeah,
they're
they want to
programmed. So
rabbit
flat
hole
Earth, for
around.
example, is already programmed in their head as something to make fun of. It's a pre-programmed thing. So as soon as you mention flat Earth, they got it in the back of their head, some edge, and fall off, and we're idiots because we think we fall off the edge or something. I don't know.
I know, but who cares what they think now? I'm just wondering what's stopping them from asking more questions instead of just instantly dismissing it. Right? What's making them say, like, dude, like, what is it that's making you? Yeah, right. So asking. Yeah.
This guy said, "Oh, so just coming from an idiot like myself, I mean, if the world is flat like a table, then how does this? I'm a scaffolder. I just want." And then I said, "All right, so in your scaffolding experience there, like, what do you use to get the level, like a spirit level?" And I said, "Isn't that interesting? Use water, which is always 6th level, right?" I was just giving him a hint. Really want to ask questions, ask yourself what contains all of. How do you have gas pressure without a container? And he replies, so what, you're saying don't use my spirit level and use a gas bottle to get the level? I was like, man, what? Like, you just don't get it, you know? That's not what I'm talking about, man. He couldn't wrap his head. Even just simple shit, water and gas pressure. I know for a lot of people that does make them think and go, oh yeah, wait a minute. People just doesn't.
Yeah. And like when the guys come in here and they say, "Wow, you're asking me these questions. You keep asking me." That's the point. We're trying to make you question it, and you'll realize, yeah, that's the point. I could give you the answers and feed them to you, but you gotta give up your free will and willingly look into this. Yeah. But that's good. Yeah. I mean that's better response than typical. Yeah, I'd say I'm gonna try a different approach. I don't know. I might get some T-shirts made, and they're all. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll get some, some flat ones. Maybe I'll get some NASA shirts, just like fucking a NASA hat. You're like, dude, you love space? I love imaginary things. I love imagining. Yes. Put it that way. Maybe that's more approachable.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think I
mean,
need to make. I don't need to make NASA shirt. I guess I can just go buy them at Walmart or something. But
Yeah, have you seen the people wearing those NASA jackets and shirts now? I mean, they got musicians doing it. It just spreading the propaganda. Fucking
Yeah.
cringe, man.
yeah, no, it is for sure. Yep.
The young ones, like here, that there's, I guess, like teenagers, you know, like 17, 18, 19-year-olds, and they're wearing like NASA, like they think it's some sort of fashion. You know, that that they're cool because got a NASA jacket, NASA
Yeah.
shirt.
Because they're not just a jock; they care about the human race also and the future and shit, right? So they got their LeBron shoes on, and they're dumb as but they fucking they care about the sciences.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But you get them on Facebook for me.
That?
I was just gonna roll out. I said you gotta go get them on Facebook for me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Your best.
they're just
I got a question. Is reflection and refraction the same thing?
to be honest, I don't know.
What was the question again?
Yeah, George, would you say reflection and refraction, do they have any similar properties? Are they the same thing or are they different things?
They're similar, sure, but they're not the same thing. No.
Not the same thing.
How are they similar?
They both involve light.
Depends what refraction you're talking about. Talking about terrestrial refraction.
Are you real far away from your mic, George? I'm just having trouble hearing you, maybe.
How's that?
Better, better.
Okay, yeah, headphones now. Sorry. Refraction on the terrestrial refraction is 7 over 6 R. If you're talking about that refraction, you're going to need the R value for it. If you're just talking about, Snell's law, it's a different type of.
That answer your question, Hammer?
I don't know.
They're similar, but they're not the same.
Correct. One requires a radius value for light to bend.
He's talking about reflection and refraction, not refraction and refraction.
Yeah, you're talking about the refraction. Yeah, but the refraction, there are two types of refraction. All depends what type of refraction he's talking about. Why I'm trying to distinguish both.
There's not two types, but he said reflection and refraction.
And refraction. Yeah, but refraction, assuming there's only one type of refraction. Point.
There is only one type of refraction.
No, there's no refraction on the sphere. He assumes a radius, assumes a sphere. Yeah, you need a radius value for that.
Yeah, the conventional shortcut formula
uses
Yeah,
a
you're gonna
laser.
assume a
Yeah.
sphere. You don't have a sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, the conventional shortcut formula. You're right. To get a
I'm
good
right.
approximation.
Yeah, you have no sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, to get a
Approximation
good
of what?
yeah, a good
Approximation of
approximation
what? Of what? Of
of
something
the
you can't
correct
see.
of the correct answer.
No, the correct answer is approximate for something you can't see, can't measure. How can you measure something you can't see?
You can't
Imagine it.
see. What are we not being able to see here? You can't see light?
I can see light. Yeah, I can see light. Yeah, of course.
What are you referring to? When you say how do you measure something that you can't see, what are you referring to? What
Pick
can't
the
I
sun.
see?
Pick the sun or the moon or any star. How do you know how far it is?
I can
Oh,
see
you're a
the sun and the
dickhead,
moon
man.
and the
Shut
stars.
the
I don't
fuck
think
up, man.
that's what he's talking
He's
about.
lying so hard, man.
How do you measure the curvature of the Earth if you can't see it?
You can't see the curvature of the Earth?
Oh.
Yeah, that's what we are told.
Going on mute.
Well, you disagree with that. So we can see the curvature of the Earth.
Of course you can.
Okay. Can you give us an example?
Yeah, you want a picture or what do you want?
Can you give us an example and how would we measure it? We're talking about the measurement, yeah?
I know how you could measure it.
Yeah, measurement is repeatable, isn't it?
Yeah. You want something that you can repeat?
Yeah, we want something that we can repeat a day after
Okay.
day after day because
Get
the
a-
measurement doesn't change throughout the year or you know?
Get a compass and a map of your surrounding area and use the compass and the map to travel 69 miles north from your current location. Take an angle to Polaris, do that again. Take an angle to Polaris and do it again, and take an angle to Polaris and do it as many times as you want or until you reach the North Pole. You can repeat
Lovely.
it however many times you want, and it'll always change by 1 degree.
Agree, man. Agree entirely, man. Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You don't have elevations from a sphere, you realize that, yeah?
1 degree.
You have elevation from a sphere. Sphere has depression, not elevation.
Depression?
A sphere curves, yeah, a sphere curves down in every single vector, yeah? It doesn't have elevation.
In a world.
You're not measuring the
It should be
elevation.
easy to understand. It should be easy to understand. The sphere should have
Yeah,
elevation.
you're not measuring
Every
the
point.
elevation of the sphere, though. Measuring the elevation of the star.
Yeah.
Well-
Elevation from the surface. The sphere, you cannot have elevation from.
Yes, it can. If you jump up in the air, you are elevated from the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The surface depends
I
on
know.
what, not of a sphere. Yeah. There is no sphere.
But
surface,
you're elevated.
Yeah, not of a sphere. Yeah, elevated.
You're elevated.
Compared to what? Yeah.
Compared to the surface.
To the surface of what?
Of whatever you just jumped off of.
Oh, really?
Really.
So, if I'm on top of a table, if I come down to the top of a chair, am I still?
But did
am I
you
on
jump?
the stairs?
Did you jump up off the table or no?
Do you need to jump up? What difference does it make? Oh, for Coriolis, you mean?
No, this has nothing to do with Coriolis.
So, what difference would it make if I'm jumping or not?
Well, if you jump above an object, then you're elevated above the object. Really not
Yeah,
that
if the
difficult.
object is spinning.
This has nothing to do with the Earth spinning. We're on basic stuff.
Oh, okay. So nothing to do with the Earth. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, we just agreed, man. I mean, I think we are in agreement here. I mean, like you said, elevation angles from Polaris. Yeah. Precisely.
Yeah, these
lines
guys
of
are-
longitude and latitude, they are flat Earth lines.
What kicks do you get out of calling something sea level curve? What kind of kicks do you get out of that? Don't you know what sea level is?
It does.
I bet he knows what sea level is.
Happened.
Welcome back.
Why'd everyone go quiet?
I don't know. I don't know. Everybody just got quiet all of a sudden.
Giacomo Vargas was going to start. Go on, Giacomo. Once upon a time in the ball.
Once upon a time on the ball, there was a bunch of people that thought the earth was flat, and everybody proved them wrong. The end.
Yeah, because this particular ball measures to be flat.
Yep, just like I said, they made everybody thought the earth was flat, and people proved them wrong. George, you're one of those people.
Wish Akuma wasn't a baller, man. Like deep down in my heart, I want to believe that he flat Earth.
No, he's anti-flat earther. He's not a baller either.
Something and like it at the same time. I never got that. How can you be anti something but you still like it?
Talking about you, man.
I know what you're talking about. That's why, mate. That's what I said. What I said. Come on, man.
I think you're half cool, man. Like, sure, yeah, you're not that stupid.
Yeah, I'm not that stupid to become a flat earther based off what y'all just say and no proof. So you're right about that.
I think you're being pretty close-minded, man. Like, you know there's proof there, man.
If I was
where is it? No,
if I was close-minded,
very high standard. That's what it is. It has a very
if I was close-minded, I would only be in Glober chats talking to Globers and not on flat Earth servers talking to flat Earth.
If this was coming with someone with a white coat, you would listen to.
No,
because if you go over the gem server and that, you'll get treated like shit by your own kind, man. That's why you're not over there.
I've been to gyms plenty of times. They like me over there. But the thing is, George, like, when have I ever? Give me one instance where I've ever listened to somebody just because they got a white coat.
I don't know. You just accept from us, man.
Honest,
you don't accept what the flat earthers say to you. Don't spew what the globe shoots.
I listen to y'all and I test what y'all say, and if it doesn't work out, then oh well. I mean, I listen to what y'all say. I don't have just because I listen to you don't mean I have to agree with you.
Well, Upside Down Australian mentioned something about
true agreement. Forget this is with a radius of 59 miles, and this is the horizon should be no more than 1.25 miles times the observer height in feet.
Thank you, Quantum Eraser.
I mean, it's not about opinion, is it?
Thank you,
it's not about
no one
opinion.
Trying to be a smartass. Trying to be the smartass and talk about Quantum Eraser. Like, he's not here. Who gives a fuck? He'll accuse everyone of Quantum Eraser.
George literally
you know
George literally
you know
just,
one?
Yeah, It was me because George
Listen,
literally.
you dumb cunt. Listen,
Okay.
you
George
stupid
did
dumb
what?
cunt. No one.
What?
You're a dumb fuck.
Who?
Alright?
Okay.
Who are
Thank
you going to recite?
Thank you, Quantum Eraser.
So who are you going to
Gonna
recite?
be a smartass. Smartass. Right?
Thank you, Q.
Okay, but George, like for real, there's
Who's going to
nothing.
recite?
George, there is nothing in the globe rhetoric that says that the apparent horizon can't be further than what the geometric horizon says.
Apparent
There's
horizon.
nothing
All
that says
horizons
that.
are apparent. All horizons are apparent.
No, they're
Yeah.
not.
Horizon is a visible boundary where the sky
Do you-
appears to be the land or
Do
the
you
sea.
do you think the
All
radar
horizons are
horizon?
apparent.
Do you think the radar horizon is apparent to you?
Radar apparent. Yeah, it's apparent to you.
No, it is not apparent to you because you can't see that.
Yes, it is apparent. Yeah.
Over
Not physical.
2020.
Oh, it's not physical.
Oh.
It's literally a
That's a
physical horizon that the
cartoon
radar can't go
sticker.
past.
No, the horizon is not
Oh,
physical. Black's gonna
You
prove it.
can't show the curvature. Oh, you guys are a fucking joke.
You're the one that makes us laugh.
The horizon,
are a
the horizon
joke.
moves with the weather. The Black Swan image proves that. The physical place. It should know better.
Where do you think the apparent horizon comes from? Where does that light that's coming into your eyes come from? It's bouncing off of the
Yes,
lens.
then.
So there obviously is a horizon there to see. It's not just there because your vision just cuts off there. That's not how that
Black
works.
Swan debunked it, man. 2020. Yeah.
No, yes.
Sometimes
Yeah,
the horizon is
that's
blocking the
awesome.
platform. Sometimes it's not blocking the platform. Horizon is
It's
not
always blocking the path. I don't know what you're
no,
talking about.
it's not.
You can't give me one instance where it's not.
The Black Swan image. The horizon is beyond the both
Yeah.
platform. 9.6 miles.
That is okay, and that's what we expect on a globe with refraction. That
It's
happens.
still not physical. No. On a globe, it should be geometrical. Refraction.
No, it
Yeah.
shouldn't.
It
On
needs
the
to be
globe
there
rhetoric,
regardless. No.
the
On the
globe-
globe, it should be there
I hate
regardless.
what
the
I mean.
globe rhetoric says itself that the horizon can be apparent and further than where the geometric
apparent.
horizon is.
It's a
No,
love-hate
no.
relationship with this stunt man. The love lasts about 2 seconds, and the hate is counter with.
Awesome.
Okay. Okay. The other day when I said I had to basically get it out of you, I had to Google, ask what height do we start to see? Obviously, it's 35,000 feet. And I asked you, what are all those 120,000 foot weather balloons? You said, fine. What do you mean by that? When just claim
They're
that the
fine.
curvature can be seen at 35,000 feet. Now we just
Yeah,
times
well-
that by 4. We times that by 4, just under 4,
Uh-huh.
right? And we
Uh-huh.
don't see no curvature. What's up with that?
So what's the
Yeah,
precision
but even that
of
is not
curvature
true
that you
because
see
it's
at
seen from the
35,000
ground.
feet? Tell me that.
They say it's seen from the ground. It blocks the bottom of boats and buildings. So
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
seen from the ground. Yeah.
No,
Nah, I
that
know,
is
I know,
seeing the
I know.
effects and seeing the direct curvature are two different things
we
according
Yeah,
to
but
the globe.
some days we don't observe that.
Now they've
According
got
to
this
the globe,
bullshit,
you do
man.
observe
Now
both
they've
of
got
the
physical
curves.
imagination and imagination. Different points of imagination.
Yeah,
It's
let's
a
leave
ball.
imagination.
Yeah,
Let's leave
sometimes
imagination at the
it-
house. Don't bring
The
imagination here, please.
horizon
Yeah, if
sometimes blocks the bottom of boats and buildings, but sometimes it doesn't, like the Black Swan.
Yes, the
showed.
apparent horizon can block the bottom of things. Oh well, deal with it.
Komu, if it's
Welcome
a
to
physical
Flat Earth.
ball, it's a physical ball, right? And you start to elevate from it. Not
Okay.
elevating with you,
You
but
already
elevating
said it.
away from it.
He already said it, man. He agreed with you and me. It's apparent. It's not geometrical. It's apparent.
What you
He already
see,
agreed
the
with that.
horizon
He's
you
agreeing
see
with
is
that.
supposed to be apparent. The globe does not
Yeah,
claim the
correct.
horizon
Not,
you see is supposed
not
to be
the leading edge
geometric.
of a
The
sphere.
globe does
Correct.
not claim that, George. That's only flat earthers and they
The
BS.
globe doesn't claim what? That the horizon is the leading edge of a
I
sphere.
just
Yeah, of
told
course,
you,
that's
George.
what,
If you wasn't talking over
that's
me,
what
you
the
would have
globe
heard
says.
it. The globe literally says that the horizon you see should be apparent and not geometric, and it can be further than what a geometric
Oh,
horizon is.
really? Well,
It's
welcome to
literally
Flat Earth, man.
it's literally in the definition of horizon called the
Yeah, welcome to
apparent
Flat Earth, man.
position.
So not the leading edge of a sphere, so it cannot block the bottom of
Welcome
both
to the
of them.
globe, George.
Yeah, we understand that. Welcome
to the
Flat
globe,
Earth.
George.
The horizon of a flat
Did
plane.
anyone record that?
Welcome to.
Yeah, welcome
Because
to the globe.
because
He
the
just said
horizon,
horizon is
the
apparent, it's
flat
not physical.
plane
Yeah,
would
it's not
never block
geometrical.
We
anything.
already know that. That's in our favor, right?
That's
No,
correct.
it's not.
Yeah,
apparent.
I'm just agreeing with him. Yeah, welcome
It's
to
not
South
in y'all's favor.
And he's trying to say to you, trying to be as smart as to say, "Look, George, like, no,
Yeah,
George is
because
flat,
you're
man. He
realizing
knows the
something
truth.
about
He's not.
You just
You
said it,
welcome him
Akumo.
to
It's
know globe,
apparent.
cunt.
you're realizing something about the globe, and it's true in
It's
reality.
apparent.
Welcome
There is
to the
no globe.
globe.
It's apparent.
We
George,
already know
welcome
it's
to the globe.
apparent.
Well,
We know it's apparent.
what you guys are failing to realize, apparent, physical, whatever, the horizon of a
Fine, you
flat
talk,
plane.
cunt. You don't even know what circumnavigation is, you fucking idiot.
The horizon of a flat plane would never block
Tell us what we don't
anything
fucking
at
know
all.
because you claim to know shit about the globe and astronomy and physics,
Okay.
and then you get questioned on
Yeah.
it and you don't even know what you're talking about.
Are you
Shut
done
the fuck
funding?
up.
Are you done funding Muni, Nathan?
Look, everyone in that
Idiot, no.
to be torn down. Guys,
So you're not done funding Muni then?
not going anywhere. But I don't know what you're doing. You might as well shut the buildings down. You ain't leaving Earth. What the fuck are you doing?
The horizon of a flat plane would never block
Just saying your
anything
picture
ever.
show curve ain't gonna help.
So just the
So
very
shut
fact that
the
it does
buildings
block
down.
things means it's not flat.
Every single one of those buildings. For
Can't get
real,
straight
dude.
forward, man. I'm trying to help you, man.
Well, unfortunately, I
Yeah,
don't need your help.
he's
I've got it
agreeing with
figured
us
out.
again.
All
man.
good.
He's agreeing with us
Give it
again. Yeah,
straightforward answer.
it's
Straightforward
apparent.
If I needed your help, I'd be in a lot of trouble.
Like, just because you got a NASA building, it doesn't mean you're going anywhere. You're not going
They
anywhere.
don't take it
You're
from
not
us. That's the
leaving the
problem.
Earth. So I don't know what you're doing, dude. Not playing nobody.
Yeah, Kuma, that's why I say you need to have a white coat. Otherwise, you don't.
No,
don't
hell
trust
no.
it.
I won't believe. If you had on a white coat, I would probably not take anything. I probably won't listen to you at all, just to be honest.
But I'm a baker, man.
I don't care. If you had on a white coat, most likely I wouldn't listen to anything you said. I wouldn't be here talking to you.
What if I was a butcher?
What if you? Hold on. What if you was a what?
A butcher. They also use a white coat, no?
I don't ask butchers for information.
Good. Fine.
No, I just ask them for what I want. I take their opinion. I mean, I let them choose for me.
They have
I
a white
don't
coat, man.
ask them.
They have
I
a white
don't
coat.
ask them for information.
You wouldn't go to a
I just
butcher
take their
and
opinion
say,
for what it
"Hey,
is.
I need to feed a Thanksgiving of 30 people. What what weight do you recommend to feed that many? And
No,
or
I
is
wouldn't
there
ask-
or what's
I
the,
wouldn't
what's
ask
the
that. I wouldn't
what's
ask
the
that
best?
question.
What kind of cut of this cow has this sort of nature to it? Because that's what I'm looking after. I just don't know the right cut to get.
No, I wouldn't.
I'd just be taking their word for it. That's what you said you do, right?
That's what I'm saying, though. I would ask them, just give me your best cut of this and that. Whatever they think is the best, I'm fine with that. I'll take their word for that. They know better than me. But as for asking for information, I would probably come with him with what I want already. I wouldn't be asking him something because
Yeah,
if
my
I come
point
to him, I
exactly.
probably have a
My point
recipe
exactly.
or something that I'm using already.
Yeah. You will believe in whatever they suggest because they have a white coat. I know.
No, it has nothing to do with them having on white coat. And plus, the butchers that I know don't have on white coats. They have on these gray aprons or black aprons.
Yeah, I thought we should probably get
Not
away
white
from
coats.
such a thing.
No white coats.
A white coat would be a poor wardrobe choice for a butcher.
That's what they
definitely
use in
agree
this
with
side
that
of the world. What they use in this side of the world.
They got to go into the walk-in freezer, right?
Yeah, and
they
if they come
need
to Europe.
They need to wear meat so they know if like they have blood on them, so it's easily visible, so they can stay clean, right? Wearing black clothes, you might not realize that you have blood on you. That's why you would wear white.
If you wore white, it would
That's
become
correct.
a red coat very quickly.
You
Yeah,
wash
but you
the
have
clothing.
aprons. Yeah, and see why the chefs have two ways of button. Because you can unbutton one side and put the other one. You always have one side clean.
People
The
wear
side clean is
white
the one you put it on top.
to make it really visible if they get something on themselves because they're trying to like operate in a very clean manner.
Yeah, of course, and that distinguishes a chef.
I'm
Not
saying
just a
most of
chef.
the butchers
Any
I know
any
don't wear
profession.
coats. I mean, most of the butchers I know, like I've seen in stores and stuff we go to, don't be having coats on. They usually have on aprons. And a lot of times, sometimes they're not white. A lot of them. So I know some people that wear black leather aprons. Some people that wear gray aprons. Has nothing to do with a white coat.
Well, it depends on the size of butcher shop. If it's something you're gonna be it's larger, you're gonna be spending a lot of time in like a large freezer, maybe even like a warehouse, right? I mean, if you have a coat then. Staying at the front desk, you probably just have an apron on, or just like a freezer that you can open a door and reach into.
Yeah, see, those are the people that I usually
Yeah, and have buns
interact
and
with.
everything
Those
else.
people,
Gloves.
and they usually have on black gloves and a black apron, like black leather gloves and a black apron. I don't think they're leather. It might be rubber. I'm sorry.
I don't like wearing gloves. That's just a personal thing about me.
I'm with you on that.
I mean, I understand their utility. I'll put them on if I have to like move out of a house and pack up all my stuff and carry things all day to avoid blisters or whatever. But man, I just don't like the feeling of it on my hands.
All depends what you're doing.
Yeah, yeah. I'll just get
Some
over it
work
if
you need to
necessary.
protect your hand.
Well, I guess I'll just share another personal thing about myself. When I was a kid, I played sports, so I really valued like having my cleats tied very tightly. Um, just made me feel like I had more ball control. Soccer, when you don't have like shoes that are like shaky on your foot, kind of making them like a part of yourself by being it tight. And uh, I I let that transfer over to just like whenever I wore any type of shoe, I'd always just like tie them as like super tight. Then I realized as I got older, like I don't have to tie my shoes so tight all the time, you know? Just get over it and just wear like loose shoes sometimes.
Yeah, I cannot have tight shoes.
Yeah, I
If I tie
don't
too
like
much
it
the
so much.
shoelace, and the foot starts hurting because if there's no room to expand, it's gonna press on those areas. It wants to expand and it cannot. The lace is keeping it in place.
George, are
So
you the type of guy who wears like leather shoes?
I use different types of shoes, but yeah, mainly leather shoes. Yeah, hard sole.
Classic men shoes,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, yeah. It's a
Mm.
different type of walking, like that.
Uh, I've always wanted like a real proper pair of shoes, instead of just like tennis shoes or whatever, like most people wear nowadays. Never had the need though.
My shoes normally last around 6 months.
That's it. I mean that's
Yeah,
okay, I guess,
yeah.
but
It's the
I don't
soles,
know.
the soles they break. Underneath. You push. I push doors with my foot, with my feet. The swinging doors. So when you push a door, push it. So that movement eventually will break the sole.
That's what gets it. I see. So George, Do you think we have the technology to make a balloon that never loses pressure? Because you know when you like go to like a party store and you get some helium balloons,
Yes.
eventually they all like slowly like lose their
Yes.
supply, sink, right?
The answer is yes. Not just the balloons, even airplanes is possible. Yes. We
What
just
kind
went
of
through this
material do you
afternoon.
need to use?
I mean, you just need to do hydrolysis, plane flight. Convert the gases into whatever gas you need to power whatever you need to power. So you need to convert to have the ability. You have a compressor and you can compress the gases into a combustible gas. Why not?
Well, I was
You
talking about like
producing.
I want party balloons that float forever. You know,
Yeah, if you continue to produce helium,
no, I
you
just
know,
want to
you
put
can have
helium inside of party balloons and for it to float forever.
But if you
You
have a
know,
mechanism to be producing helium on demand on a balloon, the balloon will never come down because the helium is produced on demand.
I think the problem is the latex, right? Latex bleeds air slowly.
And I mean, I'm sure
You
you're
have
going to
to
find
have
a
a
problem.
material that won't do that. But once you start getting into that realm, you might get something that won't float with helium inside it anymore because it's too dense.
right? So that's really what I'm wondering. Like, do we have something light enough and thin enough that'll float like a balloon with helium in it, but will never let anything escape from it?
I don't know. I understand the question. I mean, the record of a balloon is with a helium balloon, a hot air balloon, it's proper helium,
What
and they
record
need
are
to
you talking
power
about?
with. It's a high altitude balloon. I mean, anyway, it's a documentary about the race that they do with this balloon, it's a helium balloon. They go inside of a capsule like a submarine, compressed. They need to take not only oxygen with them, they also need to take helium, power the balloon, and so on. So they might have to gain altitude or drop altitude depending on what they do, depending on the weather conditions. The point is that this is achievable with a helium balloon. It's one of the claims of going around the world, but it's circumnavigate on a balloon.
That's like the most suspect thing, like north-south circumnavigation.
Yeah,
Why is
bro.
that so strictly forbidden?
Well, this one is started in Central Europe. It went down to Africa, I think, and then crossed the south.
Yeah, that's possible.
Oh, it was like a ride, like someone traveled in a balloon. I was thinking like it was just a high altitude up vertically.
No, no, this is with the crew inside. I think two people, two crew. Yeah. And they complain about when they drop altitude, when they go through a weather system, the problem because the it can have ice formation in the balloon, increasing the density of, and then it requires you more helium in order to go up again, come out of it. But you have high ice crystals all in the balloon, and all the tanks, everything else. They just close inside of a pressurized system. They only come out when they drop on altitude. they have a problem or so, they need to drop altitude in order to be able to open the hatches and come out, try to fix whatever problem, then go back inside and gain altitude again. But they will only drop in altitude if they really must. Otherwise, they need to get the jet streams, to get all of this information from ground positions in order to make a good use of nature and achieve the goal.
They just went east-west, though, on their little trip.
Yeah, well, they do pretty much a zigzag.
Right. But literally, like, as far as people going north-south, the only people that can even be listed is that dude that's, like, related to, like, British royalty or something. I can't remember the guy's name. But he was caught faking other expeditions, like red-handed, caught by people, like him faking shit. So, I wonder how much it would cost to launch like a high-altitude balloon.
Depends on the price of the helium. If you're thinking about helium, depends on the price of the helium.
I get hydrogen for cheaper, then that's fine.
That's what I'm saying. All depends what gas you want to use.
Yeah. I feel like the balloon by itself would be a couple $100. That wouldn't be the best.
Problem is when people start realizing that you don't need a big apparatus in order to use just for whatever purpose, power cell, even to make yourself breathe better, oxygen. I mean, if people realize that, I mean, it would be bye-bye fossil fuel.
Yeah.
As long as people don't know that, it's fine.
That other guy finally disappeared. What was his name? That Glover guy. The journalist.
Stone. Yeah, Stone, yeah, gone. He's gone.
At least he was confident at first.
Well, best the Earth is the biggest sphere.
Yeah. Yeah, that was literally like the first 15 minutes.
That was a good enough confession.
Yeah. I had a good conversation last night, but today hasn't been any kind of back and forth with any Glovers.
They don't want none of this.
They keep quiet until the end of the show.
Yeah. It's just like last night, we completely dismantled the 1 degree every 60 nautical mile argument because it's physically impossible to replicate. To the point where I can't remember the guy's name, but he said that we weren't actually able to do it on water until 1991 when GPS was introduced. So up until that point, 1 degree every 60 nautical miles is It's never been possible to, show that it's an actual fact. It can only be done on paper.
And thing is that everything works out in 60s. Now what is it?
Well,
And in
but
this
see, they
case,
also have.
in this case, the degrees. That's why the
Yeah.
argument. The degrees also work in 60s. They're just assuming, begging the question of 360 degrees. The sextant only uses 90 degrees. Not 180, 90 only. That's why.
The whole argument got pretty much tossed away.
Yeah, but you need to realize one thing. The almanac is supposed to be a globe book. Yeah. If you beg the question that the lines of longitude and latitude are from a sphere, which they're not. But at some point, they need to refer into a ball. They need to convert that into a sphere somehow. That's why the pictures, that's why the celestial sphere, that's why the line in the center of the sphere.
That and you need two 90-degree angles directly, like, touching each other, going in opposite directions. Because they start talking about 2 or 3 circles of latitude or whatever. Which that would be 3 90-degree angles all converging in the same spot from 3 separate places on a ball.
Correct.
It's
No, on the ball, no. Not have it on the ball, it's a circle.
Well, right. Well, I mean, they
Circle.
say that you take the 3 circles and then stick it on a ball, but the whole crux of the reason why it got dismantled is to travel 60 nautical miles in a straight line is impossible anyway. Can't even prove that it's possible, and that is what it is. Physically impossible to do. Because if you want Polaris to dip 1 degree every 60 nautical miles, you have to be going 100% south. You cannot veer southwest or southeast at all. Otherwise, it's going to destroy the measurement. So.
For you to draw a circle, you need a flat plane.
Well, yeah, exactly.
That's the thing. The argument dies right there and then. If you're gonna do a circle on the ground, the first thing you do is you plane the ground. Otherwise, how are you gonna do a circle? How would you know it's equidistant from the center? You need to flatten out. Yeah, you need to flatten it out first. So you cannot have 3 circles of equal altitude on a sphere if these circles are hundreds of miles radiuses. You can't. Impossible. Not on a sphere with these dimensions. The radius of 39, 15. Can't have. No, it's impossible.
Oh, ridiculous. But you know what it is? It just occurred to me that them actually going, 60 nautical miles and witnessing Polaris drop 1 degree is just impossible to even replicate in real life. Like, you can't get in a boat and do it, and you can't walk somewhere and do it. It's not possible. So, I mean, that's really all that.
Wait. But that is equivocating. That is equivocating 2 different things. Yeah. Because the drop of Polaris for 60 nautical miles is to give you the grid system of longitude and latitude. That is for the grid system, yeah? The grid that you put over the map, yeah? And you are able to tell where you are on the ground. That's it. So now that you have a grid system, you don't need to be looking at Polaris anymore. You look at the other stars, and where they are positioned over that grid.
Right.
Yeah, it's 2 different things.
I just asked, do they use Polaris commonly because they've determined it as the center, or the center like north?
Yeah, it's a fixed reference point. It's a fixed reference point in the sky. Yeah.
But so they've already established that.
Yeah, but that is a flat Earth measurement. elevation
yeah,
angle
but
from Polaris.
yeah, like Kukumu here suggests that it shows its globe by using Polaris and geometry shows that possible.
Well, it still
Yeah,
has to prove that.
but to
It doesn't.
demonstrate the
So
degrees of drop is physically impossible to do. You can't get in a boat and go straight for 60 nautical miles. It's physically
listen,
impossible.
you cannot have drop on a 90-degree angle. How can you have a drop on a 90-degree? Oh,
I just always
it's
think of it as a
actually,
perspective.
it's the other way around, isn't it? It needs to be elevation, not drop. Yeah, I understand if it's a sphere, it needs to have drop, not elevation. But in this case of celestial navigation or navigation in general, to be flat and stationary for you to be successful in reaching your destination. You can travel without a compass if you want to. Need a compass.
Yeah, Glovers are started if they have none.
Or ask them what the topic is. Whatever they want to bring up, I guess.
Are there any ballers in well Kumu's here? First time I ever spoke to a tried the whole geometry. I admitted to it in my area. But man, he was honest, like just shit when I asked him, well, how do you like? Well, you look at it and then you start moving backwards. How far do you backwards? Matter. And then when I asked him like, what do you compare those observations to, like to match up with the? Oh, you don't have to.
Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, I think at this point.
Yeah, you might know a lot about geometry, but he can't tell you fuck all about field geometry.
He needs to tell you how flat plane you're gonna need in order to do his thing.
He told me, he admitted, well, I take my measurements and then I compare them. I said, what do you compare them to? The figures. Like, what figures? Like, the globe figures. Get them from? And he's like, them. I said, who's them? He's like, the people who say it's a globe. And then I asked him, well, where do they get those figures from? And he goes, it doesn't matter.
Aren't most Glovers just professional online trolls?
Yeah, well, that's how
Dr.
I
Will
know
Byers
he is.
is actually a cool guy to have a conversation with, but when it requires like intellectual intelligence and truth, do not have that conversation. Doc.
Ah, damn, man, I heard that, bro. You know I'm right here, right?
We love you, man. We love
Oh no, it's all love, man. You know, I don't want to take it personal. It's good.
Last stop of the day, and then it's beer 30.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nothing.
I haven't had a. What was that?
Oh no, I said nice. My daughter's like, why? I'm like, nothing.
Yeah, I quit drinking during the week, so I look forward to the weekends, man.
Yeah, I can't drink when I gotta get up in the morning. Like if I know I can, it's like alcohol is just not appealing. But if I got the day off, then fuck yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily drink to get drunk. I like to catch a buzz and shit. You know?
Yeah, but me, even if I catch a buzz, I'm still like, just the fact that I'm still making myself dehydrated and it's gonna be hot all day tomorrow. I just mentally, I just don't crave it.
It's not healthy either, you know. It'll get you fucking a beer belly.
Oh yeah. How I get fat once I start drinking.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as I cut out like all carbonated drinks, primarily beer and soda and shit, I drop like fucking 10, 20 pounds automatically just from that alone.
I know, after like a week. Just
Yeah.
getting it out of your system. Funny how sugary
Yep.
drinks, I mean that's why there's so much diabetes and all kinds of it's not necessarily, I mean the food's bad too, but it's mostly like all the drinks because it's so concentrated.
Yep. RO water, man. Drinking a lot of RO water.
RO water?
Yeah, like reverse osmosis water.
Oh, okay.
You ever seen any of the tests tests done on prominent bottled water companies and stuff, where they pour it into a cup and then they check the heavy metals and the ionization of the water, and the shit just turns fucking like a black brown sludge, dude.
Like how
That's
they can.
fucking gnarly.
I
You know
mean,
how they have-
filtered tap water is better for you than bottled water.
Fuck.
Now they got Coke and they just pour bleach in there, makes it like, you know, that shit could be around the whole time. Clear.
Yeah, a lot of bottle companies get their water from public systems.
Come on, guys. Save water. Drink beer.
I used to work for a water filtration system called Hague Quality Water in Kansas City, and we sold home reverse osmosis filtration systems and that's like the RO systems for under the sink, but then the huge water filtration charcoal filtration systems were for the whole home. Dicelo, and yeah, bro, after they trained me, like they gave me this little test kit. It's like a briefcase, and they're like, you know, you go to people's homes and you test the water and show them the results and stuff from like all the contaminants, their hard water, and like, dude, it is disgusting. And then the part that freaked me out the most that I never knew about all this is you can get just like a regular chlorine indicator for like a pool test kit for people that have pools in their backyard. And you can test the chlorine in the tap water, and it's fucking pretty prominent everywhere you go. But then I didn't realize the science behind it, bro. And it only takes like, so we do this weird test where we would go in and I fill up tap water from your sink, and then I put those chlorine indicator drops in there, and it turns like bright fucking yellow, right? And then what you do is you take a swig of the water, and then you spit it back out, and then you put those indicator drops back into what you spit out, and there's like barely any chlorine left. Like your body instantly absorbs it within like 5 to 10 seconds. So not only are you absorbing the chlorine back through your skin, but then when you're taking hot showers, it's turning it back into a fucking gas, and you're sitting there inhaling like miniature chlorine bombs. It's fucked up, dude.
That's got to be real good for.
No, yeah, it's horrible. The city water is fucking horrible. Like I recommend to anybody after working at that company, get a home filtration system for sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know back in my house we got the rain source filtration system, and drinking from that filter and then drinking from the regular faucet, yeah, you could tell the difference.
Yeah, I think there's up to basically the city doesn't have to disclose, like, I think it's like 50 different unnaturally occurring substances in the water. Like they have like a certain threshold that they have to stay within, but it's pretty a pretty wide spectrum of things, contaminants within our drinking water that aren't disclosed within the reports.
Yeah, it's fucked up. There's a lot of fluoride and chlorine that gets used in it, and people don't really realize it. And it's just fucking sick.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, dude. A lot of heavy metals. All that shit is contributing factors to like Alzheimer's and dementia and all sorts of shit.
My dumb ass only thought about getting one until I started growing plants. I'm like, these plants need clean water.
Yeah, dude. Like me too, bro. I didn't know fuck all about water, dude, until I started growing cannabis and shit.
I'm like, fuck my body, but these plants need some good clean shit though.
I know, right? Require a set pH level to uptake the nutrients. You could actually nutrient lock out the plant depending on the pH level. And I would assume our bodies are fairly similar.
Yeah, you just blew my mind with that one, bro. I didn't even fucking think about that. Wow.
Yeah,
I'll definitely get into that.
like if you're growing in a like a separate medium like rock wool, you want to get your your pH around 5.6, between 5.6 and 5.8. Anything lower than that, you'll burn the plant. It'll fry out. And anything too high, and the plant won't absorb the proper amount of nutrient. Tap water is like right around 7, which is neutral. But your plants won't grow. Like they need a certain acidity level.
Yeah. I never thought about the correlation between us though.
Right. Right.
Our systems need the fucking same care that everything else in nature does. Huh, that's interesting, bro.
Yeah. And if you're growing in soil, like you want it around 6.5, I would say would be pretty good. And then your parts per million is going to change depending on soil or like a separate substrate like rock wool. I usually didn't go over 1200 because you start getting too high and you'll just start frying the plant out hard.
That's gonna be my next step in the journey is tracking my ppm for my runoff and shit, and then trying to track my fucking VPD like you're talking about, and then after that I'm probably gonna get rid of these little mini bags of CO2 and just go with like a little tank system.
Yeah, definitely get a tank system or a burner depending on your AC capacity. But runoff, checking your ppm runoff that's only for like recycling. Like if you drain to waste, you know, it's going to vary depending on the stage.
Steel frame buildings do not fall due to fire.
No, they do not.
Well, unless it's jet fuel. That
Yet
was a joke.
if a pigeon hits the nose of a plane, the entire nose gets completely indented because it's all hollow. Yet that rips through steel. Don't think so.
Getting nervous, guys. I'm telling you. They got people still believing that whole bullshit thing is a public health issue bullshit.
Yep. What happened with like your family and like? I mean, I'm saying like I split up from
Over 9/11?
Oh, is that what you're talking about?
No, because of COVID.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Worlds apart, man. I just seen it from the start. They're all like vaccinated. Can't even see my of them.
It's scary as fuck, man. They all just believe it. They all just believe that shit. I seen it on TV, so I gotta do it.
Yeah.
Wild ass shit, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, it was fucking like my granddad. He was like talk about shit, have like some conspiracy mind, but he would at least talk about it. He was like politics, I guess. Died right before COVID. Like now that he's gone, the rest of the family they're just mindless, and I just thought like, man, he was like the head of the family, you know.
You think they always want to attack the family structure, bro? Because they know that's one of their weak points, bro. If you got strong family bonds and shit, Asian, ain't gonna buy that bullshit. Yeah, it's a real shame, dude. Freaking like my assistant manager I was just talking to said it's a public health issue, and I'm like, how the fuck do they have people believing this shit? Talking about health? You're talking about the past 2 years when they turned people's health into like a whole political, profitable, fucking bullshit ass advertisement?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about?
Well, Hammer, if you stop believing in God and just trust man with his white coat, then you're gonna feel better, bro.
Other thing they over here, like they want you free of them things, and they say it doesn't stop you getting it, but it will stop the symptoms. Like my missus got the flu, test came like positive. I ended up getting the same thing, like the sick. But I mean, for 2 days, I had a sore throat and a headache. That's it. Done. Like that's what they want me to get. It's gonna lower the symptoms. Like what symptoms? Like would I have the sore throat and not the headache, or would I have the headache and not the sore throat? You know.
You probably would have been. Oh, but it would have been worse if you got the vaccine.
It lowers hospitalization. I'm like, well, what's the hospital? What do they do there? Just put band-aids on it?
That's a funny statement about it lowers hospitalization because going to the hospital is a self-diagnosed thing. Like you find you know what I mean? Like it's like you determine whether or not you're too fucking sick to need to go or not. It's not. It's just such a ridiculous. The whole thing's just a fucking mind fuck, man.
It's all about compliance and nothing to do with health. All it is.
Everywhere.
What people will do just because flickering screens told them to do it.
Yeah. How can anybody? How can you blame anybody at this point for like being fucking crazy and like these supposed shootings and stuff that happen? They're like, oh, the mental health crisis and all this shit. Well, why don't you actually like address what's going on rather than it's the same bullshit, right? Like just like in the medical field, they just want to treat the symptom. So like every they want
big time robot.
Wait. Crazy to the edge and they freak the fuck out.
Did he glitch through all that for anyone else, or was that just me?
That was roboting pretty bad.
Yeah, bro. I don't think we heard anything you said, Hammer, except for like the last very sentence.
Probably God looking out for me. I probably shouldn't have said that.
And they even got the kids wearing them and shit.
Wearing what mask? Oh yeah. Like dude, I just had an issue with that like just 3 weeks ago, and it blew my mind because I'm like, I thought this shit was over.
I heard something
Yeah, I
that
remember
like there's some
talking to
kids
you
that
about
like,
that.
yo, was it you? And they're drawing faces now, but they're leaving like the mouth part off and stuff. Like they're just drawing faces, eyes and the head and shit.
That and like when you have a newborn baby, like they rely so much on reading their parents' face, and you're cutting off half the face. You're making it might this might be a way. Honestly, I know it sounds insane, but all the freaks that wear their mask 24/7 around their infants, this might be some kind of like artificial way to like make autism or some shit. Like
Yeah, no,
really
there's
fry their
definitely
brains at a very young stage.
something behind it. You've seen those old photos where they're like in the 1900s, but they were wearing them then. There was apparently some for
Oh, the
whatever.
Spanish flu.
Yeah, but it looks
You
weird because it's like similar, like they're all there and the mask looking it as like the
hmm And back then it was, get your boosters so you could protect the troops.
Oh, and don't they say every 100 years like this? There was like every 100 years they do one of these fucking things.
Yeah. Everything has to do with the when Saturn and Jupiter conjoined and made that big superstar in December 20th, 2020. After that, it all like literally like the very next week is when they started doing the COVID vaccines and the forced mask mandates and shit. I mean, masks I think were already a thing for a little bit, but it being like forced everywhere right after that fucking star conjoined. I feel like the whole thing's been nothing but a satanic ritual. But I mean, that's just me.
They have my assistant manager afraid of solar flares ending the world, bro. That's how crazy this world is.
And some people think the sun's gonna die or some shit like some people that think it's gonna burn to death, and some people are gonna go out and they're gonna.
Meanwhile, Bill Gates is trying to, darken the skies to reduce the heat. Just wait 5 minutes and the sun's gonna blow up, and then we'll all won't have anything to worry about.
Gotta think how long they train shit. Have some. They caked on.
Oh, yeah.
How thick.
All the aluminum and shit. And the thing is, it's not even a secret anymore. They admit to it, but yet we're still told that those are contrails and not chemtrails by people that come in here like Xanax. It's nothing
And
you
then
can do for those people.
They pair that with the cell towers and shit. I've seen into that where they take that fucking radiation, like it goes, tell you the levels that are safe for you, what isn't safe.
They're building a big tower right down the street from my house. I was a little bummed out about that. I'm like, fuck. What are they putting up there?
5G, baby, coming to your town.
It might be.
I found that pretty funny when Zanuck was trying to argue with you about it's not airline. Basically, he was saying it's not airline passenger jets that are doing it. Could be probably the same model, just freaking. Obviously, they're not carrying passengers, most likely.
Right.
That's just part of that. People get fucking. That's that telephone game, you know what I mean? Pass around the story and shit.
That guy's a trip.
Say his name 3 times, see if he pops up.
No. No. That guy, Xanax.
Fuck this shit.
Imagine getting that dude like publicly drunk in a bar. It would be a fucking nightmare.
Oh yeah, he still believes the whole line. If you go out without a mask on, you can kill somebody's grandma too. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding.
Just insane, man. Like these masks aren't even fucking medical grade, nothing like that. You can just chuck a tissue face, they'll be happy with it. Get into the
Wrap up your face in a shirt.
You have to wear it when you down, standing up, but not when you sit down at a restaurant like that, man. It's dumb, you know.
They're like,
Yeah.
oh, it doesn't protect you, it protects everybody else. But it's like, how the fuck does it only protect them and it wouldn't protect you? You know what I mean? You're creating a barrier supposedly. If there's protection on one side, why not the other?
Yeah, they got it here with like the football. Like when you go watch the sports, everyone has to wear one just to get into the oval. But once you're in the oval, you don't have to wear them when you're sitting down next to people. Oh, what's up with that, man?
Magical force field seating.
Yeah, I think the masters just make you stupid, so it's part of their little. They deliberately make it just sound dumb. You're playing along, well, you're playing along then. You're agreeing to
ridicule.
look like an idiot, make an idiot.
Well, this is what I thought about early on, bro, because they were talking about how they have all that facial recognition technology, fucking cameras and shit. So you fucking tell everybody to mask up, and then that don't. That's the ones you know that will fucking. Those are the dissenters, bro. Got their face.
That or like covering half your face, just leaving your eyes exposed with your lower half covered. Maybe this sounds stupid. Maybe they're trying to train their AI to get better, and then like think, oh, take the mask off, everyone, and it's like put it back on, and it's just like upgrading the tech when you do.
That was interesting too. How you're talking about like babies recognizing their parents' face and stuff.
Yeah, and then just learning how to form vowel sounds. And I mean, like you try to teach a kindergartner to read, the teacher has to keep emphasizing what she's doing with her mouth the entire time. And that's how children learn to read. Same thing with babies.
Isn't it even like up to that age? Like it's important for them to cut the face and stuff, to learn how to talk and and when they're in these classes now, they can't do that, so they're looking at the eyes. And can you imagine being a kid, man? That'd be like everyone. All of a sudden, your life is.
Outside. The thing is with masks, though, especially with children, they'll gravitate towards it. Gravitate. I mean, all kids. I mean, at first, they like wearing them and shit because they get to like feel like a fucking superhero and all that crap. But then, like, you just start like, I don't know. At my daughter's school, nobody wore them. So she was going to a private school, so it was like they didn't mandate anything like that. Sometimes you'd see some of the teachers, like some of the older teachers, wearing them. But those are the only, I hate to say it, but the only people I wouldn't get physically irritated with when I see them is like elderly people. But then again, at the same time, I still kind of would.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But a lot of those older people, they're from a different time where they had a lot of trust in the government and stuff. You know?
Fuck that, bro.
Yeah.
My fucking great grandmother had fucking money towels and they were all fucking afraid of the bank and shit.
Oh,
They
yeah.
dude, when you see when I would see a freaking old person in their car by themselves wearing a mask, bro. I mean, come on.
You had the
Outside
summertime
taking
here.
a walk. Sorry.
Yeah. That's what I was about to say. It was summer here. They're outside walking their dog or something, wearing a mask, and they're.
You guys hear about that guy that got a ticket for surfboarding in the ocean with no mask on?
Yeah.
That was like a couple years back, right? Or is this recent?
Yeah. No, that was like in the beginning.
Right. Yeah, I remember that. Like that's why I lost my mind. Because I actually had an issue with this just the other couple weeks ago, and I'm like, it was so frustrating because it's just something I haven't thought about in so long because I don't have to deal with it. Because where I live, I mean, if people are gonna wear them, they're gonna wear them, but it's literally like 11 out of 100 people have one on for real. Like it's almost non-existent. Like all employees in stores, and then it became an issue like 3 weeks ago. Like what the fuck? Like I thought this was done for me. So irritating. It was at a nurse because my mother's at a nursing home in my town, and the funny thing is like they say once I get into a room I could take it off, or if we stay in the lobby I don't have to wear it. So I got to wear it in the hallway, but then not in her room with her door wide open, or in this lobby here.
You know, and then
Yeah,
like
it
I
was-
go into her room, I cough and sneeze and all her shit. I give her a kiss and a hug, and we're sitting there hanging out, right? And then she has like her little other friends that come in and out, like her, you know, people that live down the hall and stuff that she talks to, like, like it makes no sense. And you
You
point
sound
that
a
out to
little
them,
congested right now, bro.
huh?
You sound a little congested.
Ingested? I didn't hear what you said.
Nasally.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Yeah, it got really cringy here at one point, man. They had it where like it was like the press conference, 7 a.m. press conference, like the premier of the state, chief medical officer giving like a daily speech, and then be the chief of police. They were reporting daily like on raids they did on like a teenagers party. Be like stormed the shed and there were 4 Indian men playing cards with complete disregard for the masks. Like yeah, it was so it was complete it was complete cringe. And then they would warn the public and they would be like, "This is a warning to any of you that plan on flouting the rules." It was like, man,
It's such a horrible precedent.
yeah.
Like the behavior is unacceptable.
Well, the funniest part about it was in the beginning they tried to say it came from some third world country where they were eating fat soup. So what they did was they internationally made a law to where the general public couldn't feed off of the wildlife, and they did this in places like where primarily these third world countries died.
Oh no
But-
shit.
But the funniest part about it was that show, Naked and Afraid, was still airing through the whole fucking pandemic, showing people fucking hunting fucking anything moving in the wild and fucking eating it. I thought it's funny how Hollywood gets away with this shit, but no one else in the world can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, because the contestants they have to grab a turtle and eat it. Yeah.
LA.
That was a bad robot.
Get this, dude. I could have sex with a stranger as long as I have a mask on, but I don't have to have a condom on.
If you have AIDS, you don't have to tell them.
Oh, really? I didn't hear that.
I'm pretty sure that's at least, from what I understand, that was at least proposed and almost passed. I don't know if it did. It might only be for like LA, for instance, like a city thing. But yeah, there's somewhere in this country where like if you have AIDS, you don't actually have to tell anybody, or it almost became like.
Oh, yeah, I heard that shit. I heard that shit.
I'm pretty sure you might not have to.
No, I heard that. It's a thing. But like you don't have to disclose it. It's the laws and stuff where because it's discrimination. You have to disclose your medical, but you have to tell them whether you're vaccinated or something. But it's not yeah, but there was a protection for like you AIDS, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. It says you have no obligation.
Yeah, yeah, it's a thing.
Wow. It's not illegal.
Is that all 50 states?
Yeah, there's no federal or state laws that say you technically have to tell anybody.
Oh, fuck yeah. Here comes the nightlife, baby. We're back at it.
I mean, the depths that these cunts have gone to, it doesn't end, man. There's so many things, man. You can just, yeah, the depths that they've gone to, you won't be surprised, man.
Yeah.
So one time,
yeah.
I thought about creating an app, and then it turned into a Nobel Peace Prize, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna create an app for people with STDs, and the only way to get a membership on this app is to upload your medical files. Like you have to sign a waiver of release of information, and you upload your medical file to prove that you actually have something. Like it's a full-blown medical screening process, right? And everything. And so only people with diseases can get on this app and meet other people with diseases. And then from there, once that gets running, then we'll create little clubs, right? Little nightclub lives where they can go meet each other. And then it'll be like multi-level nightclubs, and like each level is a different STD. Like the first level is herpes, and then the second floor is going to be your chlamydia, gonorrhea floor. And then the third level, all the way up at the top, you got your AIDS floor, however you want to do it. And so then, we're containing and controlling diseases. That's where the Nobel Peace Prize comes in. And I'm going to call the night spot, the place, I'm going to call it the hot spot. Or maybe it's like, or like the hot freckle or something.
I don't know, but got enough money. They got pills now for AIDS, bro. That shit brings it down to like basically untraceable in your bloodstream.
I don't have NBA money.
Yeah, that's the fucked up part about it, dude. Whoever's holding the patent, dude, is just profiting off it while people are dying, dude.
Lying. That's the most messed up part.
Yeah, they're sick, man. Ed.
Yeah, I actually met one of these guys when I was in the cannabis industry. He owns a bunch of these clinics in LA that treat these AIDS patients, and dude, he's making so much fucking money off that.
I can imagine, dude.
Dude, he's a greedy bastard, bro.
They give you a pill, but then that one has a side effect. Another pill counter that side effect. That one's got. But some like they're engaged. They're taking like and shit. They think they need to just stay alive,
My uncle died of it. Well, he had HIV and he ended up passing away, but he didn't die from the disease. He died from all the treatments. Like he was telling me there was a stuff he would get injected, and like you could literally see like the veins in his arms like changing shape and stuff. Like he said it was so potent, like it would like do stuff to the inside of his veins. I don't know what it was. Yeah, he ended up passing away, but it was from all the treatments.
Like it's 2020, trying to fight disease by pumping radiation in the body that makes you.
Yeah, ridiculous. They'll turn around and tell you that, like, carrot juices are fucking bad for you. One thing I gotta look into more. It's called the Gerson method, where you like take a bunch of like liquid, like turn plants into liquid and drink it.
A story about that guy. He did with apricot. Apparently, he was like, or something.
That might be that same guy. I don't know.
Some apricot. Apparently, like apricot, like he's throwing it. He's like, yeah. Interesting stuff, just like shit that they hide, Like a lot of people, you hear about them, might not look something, but actually cover it up and jail the person, kill them, or pay them off.
Sometimes someone comes up with something that breaks their system, they get, like the guy who like ran his car off of water, ended up going to prison and shit.
What's that doctor? He's like a black guy, Debbie or I don't know much about him, but I remember just once, he says that he killed AIDS in something 80s. There's something about when case of AIDS was but that he could go to Oprah, Jesse Jackson, that, and he was like they were gonna put money into like a big discovery. Like I found out I was wrong, care about it.
Are you talking about Dr. Sebi?
Yeah, I heard something like that.
Doesn't that guy inject himself on a live seminar in front of like a bunch of people with HIV? Is that the guy you're talking about?
No, I just heard the interview. I just heard it, and I remember them saying, "Oh, that's Dr. Sebi or something."
Yeah.
I think it's the same guy, but yeah, he goes up on a podium in front of like hundreds of people, and
Like documented cases from back in the 70s and 80s of curing AIDS and herpes and all sorts of shit, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
Mic check. Mic check. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Yep.
Yeah, I was trying to say that doctor basically patient up on the stage with him, took a needle, hypodermic needle, poked her in the arm, took the same needle, poked himself in the finger just to show everybody that you don't have to be afraid of it.
Like, that's the way to prove that shit. So confident. Like, I know how to fucking show him. I'll show him right now. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'll show these guys.
Right. Yeah, we're being fooled out here, dude. So hard on so many levels, dude.
You guys,
they're doing all. No, you go, Ham.
You guys didn't hear when like one of the Malaysian airline fucking flights got shot down or whatever the fuck crashed? There was like a whole bunch. There's like the whole plane was like half filled with freaking AIDS researchers and shit that all died going to a conference.
That one that went missing, or a different one?
I don't know. I might be conflating the two stories, but I think it was like
one of
the
them
one
was like full of
because there was more than one, right? That went missing or something. It was like
Yeah.
suspicious.
There's been a lot of them. The Malaysian one was one that started the whole trend, but I think the one you're talking about was prior to the Malaysian flight.
Yeah. I mean, how's the plane just got?
Freaking crazy, dude.
Like, they say they got all this like radar and sonar technology in the oceans. Something, I don't know. Got a black box and all that sort of shit.
They got tens of thousands of satellites supposedly in low Earth orbit, yet they can't find the fucking plane with the black box. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Just log into the geostationary satellite and just fucking get the live footage of it last fucking half, you know.
You see how quickly that story went away, right? People be freaking out, fucking not riding on airlines anymore.
Now people just come straight to the plane. They're like, fuck.
What do you mean you can't find this plane if it crashes?
Yeah. You know how they give the speech like what to do with oxygen masks and shit? Now they have to. Like before you But now they just add in like, you know, this plane does go missing, like there's no guarantee that anyone will come looking.
Yeah, grab your fucking survival backpack that we packed for you.
You wanna say your goodbyes to your family just in case?
Do it before we take off.
Yeah. But it's another topic, but just like abortion here. I mean, in one of the states, like Victoria, they were fucking. They managed to pass it that like baby all the way up into after birth, like even after it's died, you don't want it and put it, you know, and so basically like the they try to put forward a bill just to say they tried to say no and then it still went through, so they were like, all right, what can we do? So they try to put a bill that says if they're gonna abort it after birth, they have to at least start giving pain medication, like some painkillers to the baby, so they start ripping it out because it's now alive and shit. And then the other one they did, if it's pulled out, surely they gotta I don't know, it was some weird thing, right? But they put two bills, but the person who stopped that was the premier of the state. Like he refused it. Like nah, no pain medication for these babies. They get pulled out, you leave them there to die. So like people in here don't even know. I mean, yeah, they don't even want to listen to that type of shit. But I mean, and they say they reckon on average it's like 30. But like babies per Australian hospital get aborted after birth. What happens is leave them in suffocate. Crazy shit. I couldn't even believe it. I didn't want to believe it, but but it is true. You know?
Pure demonic fucking bullshit right there.
Like, I mean, the bill is to say, all right, you're gonna go through with this. You're fucking satanic. Just give the baby some painkillers, right, or some pain, you know. And he's just like, nah, no.
It's kind of funny to me that doctors are the number 2 leading cause of death here in the United States, yet people fucking pay money to go see these fucking quacks.
Yeah. They all need their heads cut off, man. All of them. That's what needs to happen. Like, people put the argument for. They're like, you think people are gonna give up their power? Gotta cut their head. Need to drag him out into the street and publicly hang him. Happening.
They referenced that in one of them Batman movies, with the one with Bane, and they're like, yeah, they have like a court, but it's like it's like the people's court, and then they fucking send them out to like freeze in the ice. Yeah.
Like they have, the people's court, and they like just kill him or banish him, banishing death anyway.
Yep. Savages, bro. They're pissed. They're pissed at that point, bro. I think that was an artistic representation of what they're trying to incite in the world, bro. And I wonder if at some point we will see some kind of event at a football game. You know what I mean? They got the
Like horrific and graphic, and like someone's got to kind of job, like kind of thing, catch from. Type of shit participated in, funded, watched happen.
Yeah, I mean, if they're sorry, but
Nah, go.
They're used to like it's like the ones that come in here and just lie to our face. Like if they're used to lying and profiting off that shit, they're not gonna turn back. Doesn't seem like anyway. They've created fucking legacy families with fucking power over this shit. I don't know. I've always hoped that it must be done like somewhat peacefully.
MEP. Fucking chaos. That's what's crazy part is that's what's happening right. That meme. Stepping over Russian kids. Ukraine kids. Countries at war. Fuck everyone. Battle the
right.
And every one country. They're still suffering.
That was crazy to see like everybody start saying, "Oh, you gotta support Ukraine." Like what? Like yesterday, you didn't give a damn about Ukraine. What the hell?
All it took, man. That was it. You know, because they gotta keep the wheels rolling in a way. Can't just shut off COVID. Like a buffer, like it. I think of it like, all right, Putin, you're up. Take the stage.
Yep. Do you think?
his turn to pretend he. We're all laughing.
They're all fucking playing golf together.
Yeah. I can't remember who it was they pointed out. They're saying like they're all the same. Like you can hear Klaus Schwab say that Putin, all them people, they were all part of the young leaders thing that he's got. That's his like fun foundation thing.
Really? They all went
Yeah.
through that shit?
Yeah, you got him on tape saying like all young leaders, like Putin, so they were all young leaders.
Fucking scumbag, Jesuit, fucking Zionist, in my
Yeah. But you can put yourself in their shoes and you understand exactly what move. Like they want total control, so that's what they create every illusion of control. Like the people give their trust and power to the government. Oh, well, we own the government, control the government, and every single that.
Yeah, cards are definitely stacked against us, but we got the numbers. Just remember that.
Yeah, 100. That's it. Awakening that fucking beast inside everyone. Bad way beast. If everyone understood what's been done to them, you got to understand too. Yeah, we got the numbers, but they got a plan for that. They got an emergency plan in case it pops off. They all know. When it was, they had back then they were selling like land. It's like on Red had that honeycomb, like the hive. They've got those all over the world already. That was back in 2012. You could buy places in. They got places to go, and they'll try and hide it out. And they got buttons to pass left, top. That's for sure. He's a lucky he's got the guns, at least something, so which is like fair. Someone start shooting bows and arrows and crossbows, homemade bombs, trucks. So, you know what I'm saying? Got that. Got that. Back at least.
All you flat Earth. How come it's
Waiting for you to take the stage, Steve. Waiting for a Cobra to jump in. Yeah. I need that, man. Nah, it's just the sun's just coming up here, man. Getting ready. I've got to fit in these days. I had my coffee, toast.
off?
Yeah, Saturday. That. Oh, I mean, to be honest, I haven't really looked into that. I've just heard about it a lot. Something that I just haven't looked at. Can't say I'm definitely one of them. I've just either heard people either thought of it. I don't know. I feel like have to be some kind of like something. Is that what the ether is?
Oh, it's like and he'll reverse osmosis, right? Now, reverse osmosis, and you would and, Pakistan liars are talking about. So they use osmosis and they take chemical charge, right? How they describe everything chemical, how they look like.
Yeah,
Right? So I say kind of like out here go can't be alive. Vaccine. That's a fuck.
Yeah, I agree that everything's live because even if they have yeah, like something is true. I mean, they can say the sky is blue, permanent blue, but the way they're telling it and they mix up that truth, what the overall it's a lie. They are look at it.
But that's what I'm saying. Time they make every time, every sound, measuring. Temperature. Light temperature. That's electrical measuring vibration. Or,
Yeah, no, it's yeah, sure, complicated, and we're at the point where they revert so much. A lot
Yeah.
of a lot of what we base it on is prior knowledge that we gather, and then yeah, we must be a lot of what look based on that prior knowledge. That just had me thinking, like compasses. I mean, who invented the compass? I mean, what was the reason behind inventing a compass if they didn't know that there was something magnetic? Like, so I mean, that's thinking like, where would you start, kind of thing. I'm more into the idea that they had it figured out a long time ago. I don't know how long, but yeah, but they knew back then some turning point. I don't know if they all got wiped out by man, other people, something else. But whoever's at the top, like, has this fucking spider web over the world now that controls most part. They acquired it one way or another, and instead of giving us the truth, they out to about how they could just lie to us about it and make it, just our reality something different.
Right. Type of history. Describe it. Dinosaur.
Yeah. And then again, it's up to interpretation too. Because I heard Eric Debay saying, like, basically, obviously, they have been taking ayahuasca, that kind of thing, common, like what they would see when they took it. Of course, they'd draw that on the wall, and then that's what they call UFOs now. They're saying that looks like what we know, so clearly they must be aliens back then. A lot of it's up to them. Like, I looked in, like Tartarian, Old World, started reading magic, but that's more about the old stones, like Stonehenge stuff. But it just like common Aboriginal way to Ireland, Scotland, drawing on the rocks. They don't even know themselves. Archaeologists don't even know how these fucking rocks they were putting them up. Mm. Like you're saying, they're telling you this narrative. They know how, when the Big Bang was. They know when the dinosaurs, but they can't figure out how they did that. But the book's mentioning astronomy. I mean, what astronomy today is observing the stars, but they're saying what we're getting told is prehistoric, and these cunts were living in caves and whatnot. They had a clear understanding of what the stars were and all that because their stones and shit, they line up to that kind of thing, you know? Yeah.
But on the same hand, fine, like it, and you can't, right? Up, but they like Dyso's magnetic field. Kind of clarify that, right? Fuck, right? That's Dyso's. There ain't no out.
Well, I am specific about that, Steve. I talk about that.
You say Dyso's by that area we walk by in.
Right. We live the space here terrestrially is the space I refer to. Like this outer space bullshit is the stuff that I say, we can't enter into. It's the ends of the field which is non-penetrable because it's the lack of a field. And yeah. So
Yeah. Every time they mention osmosis, talking about osmosis, charge, chemical, water, X, chemical, shot, charcoal. That's why the comes in the element, right? The element. There ain't fuck all happening. Water causes the vibration. God got us.
evolution all the time when these fuckers come in here with that bullshit. XO loves to hash on that stuff, and it's fun to listen to him do it.
And vacuum. Gotta know fucking look. God. I like isolate. Element. Find it. I agree with sciences, natural. Like a process, how it works. Science. Fucking passes are right. Watch lightning burn something. Started a fire and you threw something on it and it.
They take that word science and they say the definition to know. Maths is science. Why they attach it.
Academic.
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah.
Virus.
It's hard. No, it's just hard to tell the difference at this point with some of them. They really put it on, or they believe what they're saying. Hard to tell, you know.
Nah, man, I'm under the notion that these guys are paid fucking provocateurs. They're agents of deception, and
Yeah.
they're on the take, man. They're probably sitting in some fucking cubicle, or getting paid by some sort of an agency. Um, you can't be that disillusioned from common sense or from truth when it presents itself. When somebody corrects you and it's logical, you refute that and have no logical assertion to back it up other than your belief system. That right there should tell you something, dude. Either these guys are supporting their belief system, which is their religion, which, in my opinion, you could only be under that spell unknowingly. Second, you know it, and you still choose to be a part of that. You're an idiot.
Knowledge. Knowledge. Logically analyze, right? High school. High school. Ever, right? High school. Right away. We understand this. And they college. They're all they're taught things. And they're taught this. Number one, also right? I get really academic. I don't care if Earth all or and more versus coming out here as a man analysis.
I don't know if it was Dicelo, but someone said there was like an ad, one of these people, like information, some shit, and it was a high paying thing, like it was a job for you to go online and search. But I mean,
$100,000
yeah, it was you saying it. But I mean, even when you talk about like guys, but like Freemason estimate. But I'm just saying, like these kind of organizations, they get given like tasks. Yeah, they get given the task like you need to go join a Discord server, a Flat Earth Discord, you need to troll them, spread this narrative.
they're all in on all these. It
Mm.
starts at the fraternities. It starts at the sorority level. That's where they get, in my opinion, they get initiated into these secret societies, and then from there, they're promised careers, within their forte of specialized studies, and then just perpetuate the lies further, and the dogmas. And I really truly believe, man, this is an occultic organization.
Yeah, 100%.
On a worldwide.
When you said like 100,000 a year, and like you're saying in these fraternities, they might get the promise that all right, you do this, you end up with this job, blah blah blah. You end up making 250K a year, 300K. People are laughing at that point, and all they got to do is just live their normal life, but play the role of a glober who believes in the globe narrative. That's like that, Some of them are.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been talking about the red string bracelets for a while, and I'm seeing the red string bracelets more and more and more. Nobody wants to talk about it, but to me, dude, that's like virtue signaling their little occultic organization and the new members that are coming in. Like, I'm seeing a lot of it within the Hispanic Latino culture right now. Everywhere wearing these fucking red string bracelets, dude. What that is Jewish mysticism. It's a Kabbalah. They're all a part of it. So I don't know if you're seeing the red string bracelets where you're at, but it's a big deal here.
Nah, I see them around, and it will be like normal people, normal looking people from outer look. Person can't be part of some fucking underground cabal or whatever, but there they are rocking the red string bracelet. Something behind it. They didn't just like mums, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a mum out there with her kids or whatever. What, she just wanted to tie a red string. Get the fuck out of here.
I got a coworker that wears one. I've yet to ask him about it because I already know, and I don't want to let him know that I know. But yeah, and then I caught him talking to another one of our customers, old Jewish lady, and how he's studying Hebrew and shit. This guy's a Mexican, bro. Like, what business does he have with that?
Yeah, it's like even just people with tattoos. Why would you get that tattoo? Like, you see the ones they got it like directly on the back of the neck and stuff like that.
Yep. They got these little symbols to let each other know, who they are, and there's a lot of these. I forget the term for it, but it's kind of like this flower looking deal with all the filigree. Like if you go on ChatterBait, I don't know if you guys ever checked out that website, but all the girls on there, they all have these symbolic tattoos of this Kabbalah representing this Kabbalah. Oh
Is
yeah.
it, what you talk about, like those flowers? They're like geometric flowers or some shit like that. Yeah. I know. Yeah, and like you said, it's a trademark, like and then other people will try and label you conspiracy, like, dude, the numbers mean nothing. Like, nah, it's a trademark for them. They're marked with that. That's how you know. Stop covering one eye and fucking doing signs.
Right.
It means something, not just for nothing.
It's how they communicate with one another and identify each other. Yeah, it's pretty bad, dude, and most people aren't even aware of this shit, dude. I see it though. I see what's going on.
I mean, even when they just show you those pictures, like all the celebrity, like as many as they can fit on that picture, are all doing the same shit, and then they want you to think it's a fucking.
What about the NASA astronauts? Dude, I've got
Yeah,
pictures
yeah.
of Buzz Aldrin doing it.
It's but you see, like if enough people just, I can see what's going on. Surely, man. But you imagine if the reality is like you're just part of this small 100,000 group that aren't in on, it, and the rest of them are. That's why it's so hard to fucking break through. Like the rest of the world, like 100,000 people fucking get.
Or maybe like 144,000.
Oh yeah.
That number, I mentioned that the other day, dude. That number seems more and more realistic as time goes on.
Oh, for real. Eh? Yeah, the world starts to seem just a little bit more lonelier, man, every day, you know? Like
It's the end of the world as we know it. End of the world as we know. I feel fine.